An unfathomable world. A world we know exists, but nobody wants to get to know.
The men incarcerated here are extremely dangerous.
Those are chopping up heads and everything.
Total anarchy.
Another inmate attacked me. He stabbed my eye.
The more corrupt, the better for me.
Behind bars is a struggle just to survive.
I don't hurt anybody else. I just hurt myself.
And only the strongest will survive.
I keep on fighting to get out of here for them.
Their lives are always in somebody else's hands.
Pretty much caged animals. They'll lock you up and throw away the key.
Behind bars. In the toughest prisons in the world. The Philippines, a hot tropical country in Southeast Asia, jammed with 100 million inhabitants. A country in which 6% of the population is unemployed, in which the gap between rich and poor could hardly be bigger. The biggest problem? Drugs. Marijuana, crack, meth, available all over the country. But those who take drugs will sooner or later end up here at South Cotabato jail. They're drug dealers, rapists, and murderers.
I had to kill my nephew. It was self-defense.
Guilty or not guilty, all the prisoners are awaiting a hearing. Behind bars, often for decades.
I can't do anything but wait. I miss my family so much.
A trial of patience between desperation, heat, and a power struggle between the guards and those who are actually in control of the jail.
All I can think about is getting out of here, escaping.
Surviving in cramped conditions, without hope of release, in one of the most overcrowded prisons in the world. The South Cotabato Jail. New prisoners arrive at South Cotabato Jail every day, even though it's already massively overcrowded. This is the first time Roniel Dumagit has seen a jail from the inside.
Why are you here?
Stabbing.
What happened?
It was in a supermarket with a woman.
Ah, attempted murder.
The charge? Attempted murder of a cashier. But the 35-year-old Filipino has still not been convicted. Technically, South Cotabato is a pre-trial detention center. Most of the prisoners here are awaiting a verdict. The question is, if a verdict will ever be rendered.
No, he's still until he will be trying. From the court, then we don't know how long.
Some wait here for months, others for years. Whether guilty or not guilty, murderers or drug dealers, on the inside it doesn't matter anymore. All that matters on the inside is survival.
I'm really nervous. I don't know what'll happen now. It's my first time.
Roniel finds out sooner than he'd like what kind of world awaits him inside the walls. On the inside of one of the most overcrowded prisons in the world. Welcome to South Cotabato Jail. A jail that is bursting at the seams. The average temperature is a tropical 35 degrees Celsius. About 2,000 prisoners wait out their time in a space designed for a number only quarter that size. They live like caged animals. Sweat, heat, no privacy at all. Desperation and rage, all concentrated in a space that is much too small. In his very first hour in jail, Ronil will find out who's in charge, who occupies what place in the hierarchy, and what awaits him here in the future.
Everyone should know he's a newbie. And if he has enemies here, they won't recognize him immediately. We've all gone through it.
As a new prisoner, Ronil is at the bottom of the jail's hierarchy. He has no rights. His belongings do not remain in his possession for long. The goal is to break the newbie. He must start from nothing, with nothing in his pocket. He must possess nothing but insecurity and fear. And no one protects him.
I'm miserable. Everyone's watching me.
These are Ranil's last steps under the watch of the guards. Once he enters the cell block, responsibility for the newbie falls to one of his fellow prisoners, the cell leader. From now on, he decides when Ronil eats, when he gets to go outside, and where he sleeps. Ranil's new home, a 270-square-foot cell inhabited by 69 inmates. It's the cell for new arrivals, regardless of whether they're drug dealers or murderers. Everyone starts here, in one of the jail's fullest and hottest cells.
Get up there. You're new, so you sleep up there. Go on.
The stuffiest place at the very top in the corner, where the heat accumulates, where the air consists of sweat and frustration.
Being here is terribly stressful. I've never been anywhere like this before.
Starting now, Ronil must stay in the cell for 15 days. He can only go outside when the cell leader lets him and accompanies him. Ronil has no say in the matter. Only those who follow the rules survive in South Cotabato jail. The biggest problem? The jail is utterly overcrowded. In only 2 buildings, designed for about 600 inmates, 1,618 prisoners are doing time. About 150 of them are in so-called punishment cells, cells that are always locked, for dangerous criminals, repeat offenders, or sick inmates. The oldest are in a separate wing for seniors. Also in a separate wing, apart from the men, are 400 women. Essential for survival are the jail's kitchen, the prayer room, and the visiting area, which is open once a week. The entire compound is patrolled by only 5 guards. And their hands are tied. 20 public servants against about 2,000 inmates. An unfair fight. Rodrigo Baludio has been a jailer at South Cotabato Jail for 18 years. It is his job to keep the peace. But he must always keep 3 things in mind: the danger to his men, corruption, and maintaining a distance between guards and prisoners.
I don't let the guards enter the compound. Their contact with the prisoners should be minimal. Some of the inmates could develop a personal relationship with them. No matter what crime they've committed. And that can lead to other problems.
That means one of the only jobs left is to monitor the outer walls. The guards must rely above all on security cameras and on the hierarchy within the prison walls, because the jail is ruled from within. For Baludio, that's a mental strain.
I'm always under pressure. Every time my phone rings, I get goosebumps. I know that a call means problems, that something has happened inside, and I have to solve the problem as fast as possible.
Fights, escape attempts, hunger strikes. Baludio has seen it all. But he can't change the situation in the jail. His people go inside the walls only twice a day to do a head count. It's 4 p.m., about 2,000 prisoners all in one space, and one guard to count them.
30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 61.
The guard seems rather like a minion of those who are actually in control here. If Ronil breaks the law on the outside, he ends up in jail. Inside, he pays with his life. The one with the power to decide is known as the president, El Presidente. He is the boss in South Cotabato jail.
We have rules here and you will follow them. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Respect me and do what the marshals and I tell you. Then you'll be fine.
The hierarchy is clear. On top, the president and his helpers, the so-called marshals, armed with clubs. At the bottom, newbies, like Ronil. Otherwise, the only way to power is money. Prisoners with money can buy what they need to survive. Cigarettes, food from the jail's kiosk, and above all, fresh water. Those who can't afford it have to drink groundwater. On the tropical Philippines, with an average temperature of 35 degrees Celsius, this is a dangerous proposition. It's easy to catch diseases like tuberculosis, and whoever gets sick gets locked away in total isolation due to fear of epidemics. A fear that one man in the jail doesn't have, Gleserio de Pedro. In the jail, he is known as El Presidente.
Number one,
first, people have to respect me. Then, I treat them well. If they listen to me and follow the rules, then I help them with their problems.
Gleserio de Pedro has been in South Cotabato jail for 13 years. In this time, he has become the most powerful man in the jail. The reason? His wealthy family. And wealth is both power and a status symbol.
I'm here for murdering my nephew. We were having an argument over property, and the whole family thought I was the problem. They wanted me to die real soon so that they could get the land. So I saved my own life. I had to kill my nephew. It was self-defense.
No verdict has yet been returned, and the president is waiting. But he is waiting with privileges that no one else has. He uses his status to operate a lucrative barter operation. He gives prisoners money, and in return they give him televisions, cell phones, a custom-built bed, things that are technically prohibited. No one messes with the president and his marshals. Even the guards leave the most important job to the marshals, locking down the cells. It's 5 p.m., and about 2,000 prisoners have to be put back behind bars. Those who don't obey feel the whack of the club, or the power of the president, a system that seems to work, based on respect and fear.
I'm the overall checker and do the prep work for the guards. The prisoners trust and respect me. So do the guards.
The guards rely on the hierarchy that rules the jail. There'd be no way to keep the mass of prisoners under control otherwise. One level below the marshals in the hierarchy are the cell leaders. They count the prisoners again. No one can go missing. The newbie is starting to understand how the prison works. The guards must do only one small job: lock the cell doors and leave the jail. The prisoners spend the next 12 hours behind bars. The struggle for survival begins, a struggle for space, for air to breathe. There is no access to food or water. The prisoners must persevere in one of the most overcrowded jails in the world. A prison built for 600 inmates. At the moment, 3 times that number are behind bars here. About 70 people, occupying about 100 square meters. The average temperatures are tropical, humid, 35 degrees centigrade. Hardly anyone can sleep. They just have to wait it out, to distract themselves, to get through another night, to survive. For the newbie in extreme situation, it's Ranil's first night behind bars.
It's unbelievably hot. I can't breathe. I feel claustrophobic. I don't know how I'll make it.
The 35-year-old has no choice. He must persevere. If only for his 4 children and his wife, who are waiting for him on the outside. Night falls. Darkness settles over the jail. All the prisoners are behind bars, except for one group of people that is allowed to move around at night. The privileged few, El Presidente and his entourage. In their eyes, this class distinction is totally normal.
Everyone is treated equally here. Everyone but me, that is. I have a special status, but all others are under my supervision and are equal.
Equality, clearly everyone defines it differently. One thing is certain, those who get on the president's good side escape the overcrowding.
When I got here in 2002, I wanted people to trust me. So I followed the rules. Worked hard to earn the trust of the guards and the president. It wasn't easy. I had to work hard to get their attention.
An unfair game, one that almost 2,000 prisoners can only sit and watch. But how did the jail get so inhumanly overcrowded in the first place? The reason is President Duterte's war on drugs in the Philippines. Duterte wants to clean the country up in a drastic way. Over a period of 6 months, he had 4,000 drug dealers murdered in broad daylight. The country has become a police state. Out of simple fear of being killed, in 2017, about 1 million drug dealers turned themselves into the police. And every day, the president throws hundreds of people behind bars. The prisons are bursting at the seams. But the Filipino justice system is not prepared in the least to deal with so many people. With over 700,000 pending trials and only 1,600 lawyers, a verdict can take years. Years in which the prisoners in South Cotabato jail must wait in suspense. Ranil has now made it through at least one night.
The night was hot and long. I didn't really sleep at all. I always thought of my family, that they're out there all alone, without me.
It's the following morning, 5 a.m. As a newbie, Ronil is not yet allowed outside with the others. He has to wait and returns in his thoughts to his wife and children. He's not the only one with such thoughts here. Many are plagued by them, including Janel Berges. The 35-year-old has been imprisoned for 5 years for running a con. He is accused of embezzlement and defrauding customers. He acted out of necessity to help his family scrape by.
So many happened in my life. I realized that it's always very sad because we have 2 children, 3 children waiting for me. This is my song of my son. What would I do without your smart mouth? Throwing me in you, kicking me out. Got my head spinning, no kidding, I can't pin you down.
For Janelle, it's above all the desperation, the waiting that makes jail so hard. Meanwhile, he has arrived at the middle of the hierarchy. That means he is allowed to cook and prepare food with others that they bought themselves. Everything is done under the watchful eye of the marshals, of course, and of the president. Still, knives and sharp objects are allowed. No one rations the portions. But all this requires money for chicken, fish, or rice, or generous visitors. That's why Janelle pools together with a few of his fellow prisoners. As they say, a problem shared is a problem halved.
Some buy noodles, others vegetables, others oil. It's very difficult to survive on your own here. You're often sad, lonely, and you just sit in your cell. You eat the food they ration out. And without friends, you've got no one to talk to about your problems, about the waiting, and the abiding hope for freedom. You go crazy. Psychologically, the situation is unbelievably difficult.
And no one can escape from the situation. Above all, the newbie, Ronil is under constant observation. He's not prohibited from cooking his own food, but he has to earn the privilege first, with cleaning duty. At least that lets him spend some time outside. Can he enjoy some fresh air? In jail? No chance.
It stinks. Disgusting. At least I'm outside and can move around. Even if the work's degrading.
Ronil knows he can't sink any lower. He has to follow the rules. For he's never alone in here. Everyone sees him, sees every misstep. And every misstep is punished with food deprivation.
Come on. Get up, get in line.
9 a.m. Mealtime is the high point of the day for newbies and the low-status prisoners. A bowl of rice with vegetables. The next one won't come for several hours. And they eat in the dark cells of South Cotabato jail. A prison that is not only drastically overcrowded, it is also overshadowed by a hopelessness that affects everyone, no matter where they stand in the hierarchy, regardless of whether they can move freely, play basketball, or do something else. It's all just a distraction from the waiting, from the constant hope and disappointment. Almost no one here has been convicted. Almost all are awaiting a verdict. Hearings do take place every month, and with them lingers the hope that one's own turn will come, one's own turn to be free. But waiting for a trial and a verdict can last years, sometimes decades, if it ever comes to trial. Those here the longest have been waiting for over 15 years, a psychological strain that not everyone can withstand. In 5 years, Janelle has already been summoned to a hearing 23 times, and every time it's been postponed. Every time the court was overcrowded. He wishes he could turn back time, give back the money he stole. The worst part about it, his wife is only a few meters away from him, also behind bars, in the wing for women, as an accessory to his fraud.
It's all my fault. My mistake. It hurts every day to know that my wife is behind bars from my mistake. We're both imprisoned. And what hurts even more is the thought of my children. My wife can't see them and can't take care of them. Our children are alone when they have problems. We can't help them. We can't contact them. Can't even give them moral support. I can't do anything but wait. I miss my family so much. I can't take it anymore.
Janelle and his wife are separated by less than 300 meters. Loveland Bejes is also behind bars in South Cotabato jail. The reason? She is accused of having known about her husband's fraud. They are allowed to see each other once a week, but they hardly ever see their children. They live too far away, are poor, and can't afford the trip to the jail. The other women are in a situation similar to Loveland. Most are in jail for abusing drugs and prostitution because of the fast money and the hope of somehow escaping poverty. But that desperation has driven them into an even deeper futility, into a hopeless waiting. A jail in which desperation, frustration, and the struggle for survival live side by side in the smallest space possible. Up to 100 prisoners at a time are stuffed into cells the size of shoeboxes. Massive overcrowding and nerve-wracking waiting on the daily fare. Privacy? No chance. And the hope of being released is zero. That's why South Cotabato Jail is one of the toughest prisons in the world. It is a massive undertaking for the guards, a huge mass of people that can barely be managed, that rules itself. Rodrigo Baludio uses the last power play at his disposal. Time for a so-called Greyhound, a surprise inspection of the cells.
There's nothing to see here. Go away from the fence. And you all, get out here. Go on, get up. Get out. Faster, faster. Hurry up.
About once a month, the cells and their inmates are inspected by 6 guards each. They know they can't stop the smuggling of contraband, but they can at least minimize it. Strictly forbidden are above all guns and knives. Everything that is dangerous or even lethal. Baludio is not surprised to find something right away. And now comes the hardest part of the job.
We confiscate everything that's not allowed in the cells and try to find out who it belongs to. This person will be punished. The problem is finding the owner, as no one admits it.
All the same, Baludio's team gives its best effort. Every corner of the cell is searched, no matter how disgusting it is.
It stinks in here like old urine, but it's my job. This is part of the job.
Except for visiting days, the prisoners are forbidden to have contact with the outside world.
Cellphone. Isolate namin siya. Walang pribileyo.
If we find out who the phone belongs to, he won't be allowed to have any more visitors and will be put in solitary confinement.
I found another one, a smartphone with no password.
The guards are in luck. If they find the owner, they'll finally have the upper hand and can set an example by punishing him severely, and thus win some respect.
I'm not sure, but I think he's in this cell.
We'll check.
Baludio definitely wants to identify the prisoner. He knows that the searchers are just a drop in the bucket, but they have no hope of winning the struggle. There are too few of them to keep all the cells in check, but every find and every punishment means a tiny bit more authority in one of the toughest prisons in the world. Authority that Ronil also feels. He quickly learns whom he has to respect. Even the 1 hour a day he gets to spend outside is not for free.
Why don't you move over? Let him sit down. More.
Everything costs money, even air to breathe. Ranil is fleeced for every cent. There's a logic to it. He shouldn't have anything anymore, except respect for others and fear.
I can't take it here. I can't stand all the people. Inside, I can't breathe. And outside, I'm not myself. And all this because I got in a fight with a cashier.
Ranil says that he got in a fight over money with a cashier while on drugs, and her boyfriend pulled a knife. Ranil had to defend himself.
I wish it hadn't happened. I'd never react that way again in the future. I have a family, and whenever I think of them, I wonder why I defended myself. Why I didn't just let myself get killed. Because I have no idea how to survive in here.
Survival. That's the goal of every one of the inmates in one of the world's most overcrowded prisons. Some live a life of oppression, while others are rulers of the jail. Still, today, is the one day a week everyone waits for, that has great meaning for everyone, because everyone needs Visiting Day.
Sir, there are 2 new visitors here.
Every Saturday, family and friends can visit the prisoners for 3 hours. The government calls Visiting Day an accommodation in return for how long the prisoners have to wait for a trial. Officially, the visitors can bring anything they want, as long as it's not dangerous. Food, money, clothing, and as much of it as they want. For the guards, it's the most difficult and stressful day of the week. Secretly, they know they can't check everything, but they at least try to find contraband, knives, guns, cell phones. Anything lethal or that provides contact to the outside world has to stay outside.
We try not to miss anything, but certain situations make it easy to smuggle things in. These days are always so hectic. None of us is perfect, of course. But we do our best.
That's why it's not only objects that get searched. Each visitor is also thoroughly frisked.
Give me the fish and go into the booth.
Anyone caught trying to smuggle something in is put on a list. The next time it happens, the person loses permission to visit. Lucy and Sira visit their father in prison every Saturday. He has been in the overcrowded jail for 6 months on a charge of attempted murder. As with everyone, it's unclear what really happened, how long he'll be here, and if he'll ever get out again at all. But one thing is certain, his family needs him, and he needs his family.
I feel my family's love, even though I'm inside here. They know I'm a victim. They stand by me. I'm happy they visit me every week.
I need my husband. I'm all alone with the kids. I hope he gets justice soon.
It's a brief moment of happiness, but still, it's a positive emotion behind bars. Joy, but under supervision. The supervision of the marshals, and of the president, of course. Are they maintaining order, or do they want to see what's changing hands? At least today, they're giving their inferiors a small sense of freedom.
Look what I brought you, Dad.
In the Philippines, around 70% of children grow up without both parents. Lack of money drives fathers to work far from home in big cities, or they resort to crime. And criminals land in the endless holding pattern of the country's jails, like South Cotabato Jail. Here, the wish for freedom is and remains for most prisoners just that, a wish. Visitors, gifts, and above all, money to buy everything behind bars they need to survive. Many prisoners can only stand by and watch. Visiting Day shows them what they don't have. Some are resigned to their fate. But Romeo Gomez tries to be creative. He carves and builds little houses, which he sells on Visiting Day to earn at least a little money. He himself never has visitors. Not one single person has visited him in 15 years.
It's because of my case. It all began when I developed a good relationship with my niece. We were very close, and the family was happy that I took care of her. Until this unexpected thing happened. The family immediately cast me out. They said, now you're on your own. We don't care what happens to you.
He hasn't been convicted by a court, but his family has condemned him. Even inside the walls of the jail, no one wants anything to do with him. He lives in the somewhat more spacious wing for seniors, and he survives only on the daily food rations and begging.
It's a daily struggle. No one comes and brings me toothpaste or soap. I can't count on anyone, so I go around every day and ask the others for things. Sometimes I also sell my food ration to get some money.
No one in the jail sympathizes with Romeo Gomez. The case of Loveland Berges, however, who was only an accomplice but is being punished like drug dealers, murderers, and rapists, seems unfair, pointless. Being separated from her children breaks her heart. But at least she gets to see her husband on visiting day.
I'm nervous before every meeting. I'm always happy to see him. But above all, I hope each time that our children will come visit us. It would be a nice surprise. Sadly, it happens very rarely.
It is hope that helps Loveland persevere behind bars, the hope of one day seeing her children again. The meetings with her husband Janelle are the high point of the week, and yet it is always an inner struggle to forgive him, to not blame him for her situation.
Thanks for cooking.
You're welcome. Let us pray.
Lord, thank you.
Dear Lord, we thank you for this food. Thank you for protecting us in this situation, for always being there for us. We ask you to keep giving us strength. Take care of our children, our family. Protect them and us. Thank you for giving us so much strength. Amen.
It's bizarre what happens behind bars here, but sometimes surprises happen, even in jail.
Wala kamera, oh. May mother-in-law. Si tatay.
I am so happy. If only my wish came true and such things happened every day. I really want to talk to them daily, to be in contact with the outside world, to see my children. But seeing my in-laws is also wonderful. I am so thankful and happy.
But still, it is a short moment of happiness. If and when Loveland and Janelle will ever be released, if they will ever be allowed to go home again, no one knows. Almost none of the 1,618 prisoners. Almost all are waiting for a hearing. Officially, the marshal has a court appearance next month, but will it take place? The president has already given up hope. he doesn't even try anymore to get a hearing. Still, his powerful status gives him a good life. A life Romeo Gomez will never lead. He will probably always be alone, without hope of release. And Ranil Dumagit, the newbie, he has to accept that from now on, South Cotabato jail is his new home. Ranil has good prospects for a hearing soon, but if it will actually happen and if it will result in a verdict is unclear.
In the last few days, I've tried to fit in. But it seems like it only gets harder and harder every day. I never would have imagined a life like this.
It is above all the uncertainty that scares him so much. A hopeless situation that puts dangerous thoughts in his head.
I think a lot about how to get out of here. I don't even think about my family anymore. There's just one thought in my head: escape. Getting out of here as fast as possible. I wish I could just escape from this whole situation.
The 35-year-old Filipino doesn't want to accept what lies ahead. The hardest period in his life is only just beginning. A period in which he's all on his own. A life behind bars. In one of the toughest prisons in the world, South Cotabato Jail. An unfathomable world. A world we know exists, but nobody wants to get to know.
The men incarcerated here are extremely dangerous.
Those are chopping up heads and everything.
Total anarchy.
Another inmate attacked me. He stabbed my eye.
The more corrupt, the better for me.
Behind bars is a struggle just to survive.
I won't hurt anybody else. I just hurt myself.
And only the strongest will survive.
I keep on fighting to get out of here for them.
Their lives are always in somebody else's hands.
Pretty much caged animals. They'll lock you up and throw away the key.
Behind bars. In the toughest prisons in the world. Bogota, Colombia. For decades, the megalopolis has been fighting against cultural decline. Against the ever-widening gap between rich and poor. 27% of the city's 8 million inhabitants live below the poverty line. The biggest fight, the fight against drugs. No country is better known for narcotics than Colombia, but a change is underway here too. Colombia is transforming from a country of drug producers into a country of drug users. Cost of drugs is steadily declining, and the rate of addiction is rising, and with it, criminal activity, as that's the only way most people can get money for their next high. A vicious circle, which, with great likelihood, ends here, in one of the toughest prisons in Colombia, Cárcel Distrital. A daily struggle for survival takes place behind these walls, a struggle with guards and other inmates, and with oneself. "1,000 prisoners are serving sentences here or awaiting a verdict. Most of them sex offenders, dealers, or thieves. They are in control here.
I'm in charge of the yard.
Brutal altercations are a part of everyday prison life.
There are occasional stabbings in the cells.
And they leave their mark.
I was cut with a knife. My shirt was all bloody and someone threw it away.
Common causes of problems: drugs and money. Most of the inmates can't get by without drugs, and the guards can do hardly anything about it.
No one pays for anything here.
The inmates play by different rules.
If you don't want to pay, we won't do anything anymore. It'll stay dirty here.
The most difficult struggle is the struggle with oneself.
If we don't get him fixed, I know he'll try to commit suicide again.
A struggle that many people lose. "5 in the morning. The streets outside are quiet. It's different behind the walls of this penitentiary. The guards have a lot to do today. They have to process 50 new prisoners. They've been transferred here from an overcrowded jail. One of them, 22-year-old Diego de Jesus. This is his second time in prison, serving a 5-year sentence. He doesn't plan to come back again.
I have to think positive. I want to get out of here. It's full of difficult situations that you've got to deal with. It's also hard because you're separated from your family.
Diego first went to prison at the age of 15. He served 3 years for theft. His crime this time? Theft and illegal possession of a firearm. He's already spent 17 months in other prisons. His transfer was a surprise.
I had to pack quickly, so I wasn't able to pack all my things.
Each prison has its own rules. What was allowed in his last prison is not necessarily allowed here in the penitentiary. That's why many new arrivals have things with them that they're not allowed to keep.
That's prohibited.
I forgot.
SIM cards, however, are prohibited in all prisons. The new arrivals are extremely creative in their attempts to smuggle things into the prison, things that make their lives in jail easier or safer.
We've found scissors like these hidden quite well inside clothing. Prisoners can use them to hurt others or themselves, or even the prison staff.
That's how problems are dealt with here in jail. So it's important to search the new arrivals as carefully as possible. Despite the jail's strict rules, the prisoners are allowed to bring small personal items with them that have no material value.
This is from my wife and son. My son died. He's dead.
It's not the first painful loss he's had to bear. Diego lost his parents when he was still a child. He was raised by his grandparents. He got to know the brutal side of life early on, like many inmates here. Fertile soil for a broken path towards a life of crime. The 50 new arrivals have to be processed. It will take about 12 hours. But not all of them will stay here. If the upcoming examinations reveal that an inmate is ill, either physically or mentally, he gets sent back to the other jail. At the same time, the lights go on in one of the men's cell blocks. Every day, the nearly 1,000 inmates get up at 5 a.m. and are locked back in at 5 p.m. In those 12 hours, they are only allowed to be in the yard. And there, he's in charge. 23-year-old Nicolas Garcia.
Water! God be with you. Thank you.
Nicolas has been serving a sentence here for robbery for 1.5 years now. It's his second time in prison. He knows how he has to behave behind bars in order to survive.
I'm in charge of the yard. There's lots of unrest and no order. I've seen lots of fights, and I've won a couple too.
As the boss on this cell block, Nicolas has many duties.
This pavilion has thieves and also some sex offenders. I have to intercede to make sure they don't go after one another.
Leaders and gangs are prohibited here, but factions nevertheless manage to emerge and take control. They take care of a few things and maintain order, but they also shake down their fellow inmates when something doesn't suit them. This, in turn, alarms the guards. In total, the prison has 150 guards, 18 junior officers, and 3 lieutenants. They make sure the inmates feel the necessary harshness and discipline. Still, there are daily altercations. The reason? Boredom or power struggles. That's why all the guards always carry batons and handcuffs.
Sometimes there are knife fights in the cells in the morning.
What do you want me to do? What do you want? We're going.
The potential for conflict in the jail is very high. Many hardened criminals are confined in a small space. The nearly 1,000 inmates are divided into 6 cell blocks, 1 woman's cell block and 5 men's cell blocks. Nicolas is sitting in the yard for those prisoners who've already been sentenced. The other 4 are for male inmates awaiting a final sentence. The back part of the prison contains the kitchen, the section for solitary confinement, and the workshops, in which certain inmates work for 4 hours during the day. The smaller building is for the prison's administrators. This is also where the visitors check in and new prisoners are processed. Diego, the new inmate, must wait for 1 hour before his processing continues, penned up with 25 other newbies. This is the 3rd prison he's been in, and each one is different in its own way. In the last prison, the inmates didn't have to wear standard prison clothing, but here they do.
You've got to start over. That's normal. Like when you start a new job, you've got to learn everything over again. Where you can stand, what you can do, how things work.
The prisoners are allowed to have 1 change of clothing in their cells. They wear it on wash day. Otherwise, they are always required to wear the orange prison uniform. No prisoner should be distinguishable from the others. Individuality is not tolerated here.
You can bring toiletries with you. You have to wear a light undershirt. You can take a few things out of the bag to take with you. Toiletries, foot powder, deodorant, toothpaste, razors. Please take all these things out now.
The inmates aren't allowed to take anything else, nor could they. 4 prisoners have to share a 6 by 10-foot cell. Each cell has a toilet and a sink. The beds, 4 concrete slabs with mattresses. Each prisoner has his own small shelf for personal items. They're never even supposed to have the opportunity to feel comfortable.
Diego.
Now it's time for the next step in Diego's processing. The guards have to take fingerprints from every prisoner. It's not enough for the files to simply be transferred from the other prison, for the fingerprints could have changed, for example, due to scars. But the guards take fingerprints not only from those who are new to the prison, but also from inmates who leave the prison, like John Fernando Gonzalez Diaz, who's being taken to the hospital for an examination. But there's a problem.
You have to wear the orange shirt neatly and be shaved. You haven't shaved. You can't go to the examination without being decently shaved.
I was cut with a knife. My shirt was all bloody and someone threw it away.
John Fernando has been here for 3 years. He shot someone during a robbery.
This is jail.
A couple days ago, he got into a fight with another inmate. John Fernando seriously wounded him. For many prisoners, violence is the only way to survive here.
All the prisons here in Colombia, they are tough, for sure. If you don't see what you're doing, even they can kill you, you know? Probably you can't get out of here, you know? That's why you have to always be looking out. While you're walking, who you're looking, who you're talking to, you know? All the time, you gotta be looking out all the time.
This is already John Fernando's 4th time in jail. His body bears the marks of the years he's served, in the form of scars and tattoos.
This one I make it in Mexico. It means God bless me, never happens again. This one, it means I fight with 2 guys in Mexico too, in jail. One of them is dead. The other one, I take out eye, that's right. And the Colombian flowers is come out from the Mexican skull, you know? And my stars, 3 times in jail, 3 times be out.
John Fernando is a notorious thief, and he has no compunction about using weapons. That's how he earns his living, and he hopes to make a lot of money. Many of the inmates never learned any other way to make a living. It's the easiest way, albeit a hard one, that usually leads directly to prison. John Fernando is leaving the prison walls for the first time in 3 years. Naturally, he is heavily guarded, as is the case with every prisoner transport. There is a great danger of escape, and a risk that accomplices outside the jail will try to free the prisoners. Whereas the guards usually only carry batons, here they protect themselves with bulletproof vests and a gun. So far, all attempts to escape or to free prisoners have been thwarted. Such transports take place every day. Inmates often pretend to be sick in order to get out, and then smuggle things back in. Colombia is a country in which bribery is normal. This is how many prisoners obtain contraband from the hospital, which they then smuggle into the prison. And to prevent this, the inspections are very thorough. Even though it's a prison, there are still drugs here. Many of the inmates are addicted or take drugs to make their everyday lives more bearable. Since the guards don't always find everything, drug-sniffing dogs are used. Diego, the new inmate, knows that the first hours in prison are decisive.
You can't cause problems. If you do, then you have even more problems. You have to behave really well in order to get released early. And when I get out, I want to help my grandmother.
New inmate processing also includes a medical exam. Anyone found to be sick is not allowed to have contact with the other inmates. The risk of infection is too great. At 5:45, the guards close the cells for 12 hours. From now on, the prisoners must stay in the yards of their respective cell blocks. There is no opportunity to spend time alone, find peace or quiet, or enjoy privacy. As he does every morning, Niklas, the boss, marks his territory. 14 people belong to his gang. Each has his own jobs, handed out by the boss, of course.
Buddy, help with the cleaning. Get out of the way so they can clean. Clear the court.
The prison has rules and routines, but the prisoners expand on them in their own way.
Some people clean in exchange for a sentence reduction. But since they can't keep everything clean themselves, 2 or 3 people help out. On Sunday, they get paid for it. We demand 35 cents or cigarettes. We don't keep the money, but pass it on to the men who do the cleaning.
Money is prohibited in the prison. Payment is made in cigarettes or telephone PIN numbers. They're worth a lot here, as they enable contact to the outside world. In order to use the phone, inmates have to have a PIN number which gives them credit. The telephone cards themselves are provided by family or friends on the outside. The more rules there are, the more people break them. Niklas sees himself as an intermediary between prisoners, but also between inmates and guards.
I have to stop the fights that break out here. If fights take place, I lose my status. I am the people. I'm the one in charge.
Most of the inmates accept Niklas. He must fight regularly to prove that he belongs at the top of his cell block. The guards tolerate Niklas as boss as long as he works in their interests. If he doesn't, his will be the first head to roll. The inmates know that too.
There's always one person there in case things get chaotic. But this person must have character, be strong. Otherwise, many people will try to bring him down and take his place. Like a president is in charge of his government, there also has to be someone here who's in charge of the yard.
Officially, the guards are in charge of the yard. But there's a big problem. The guards can be bribed, but they try to avoid conflicts with the inmates. The guards know that there are drugs here and that many inmates use them. From morning to night, the inmates smoke marijuana, take cocaine, or get high on bazuco, a cheap byproduct of cocaine production. It all goes on right under the guards' noses, but they put up with it, since they can't stop it completely anyway.
There are many ways for forbidden substances to find their way into the prison. They can be brought in by visitors on visiting day, or they can be thrown into the pavilions from outside. There are many ways to get contraband inside.
Throwing things over the prison walls is one of the most popular and effective ways of smuggling contraband into the jail. Quick as lightning, one of the inmates grabs the package that's been thrown in. A lot of thought goes into the concealment of smuggled goods. drugs, weapons, and cell phones are wrapped up in many small pieces of paper. Everything is quickly distributed and hidden until the guards have nothing left to find except the letters that are also in the packages. And the prisoners explain them in their own way.
They were letters. A family member decides to write and sends them.
One example, I was arrested with an accomplice. He's in the other yard, so he sends me a letter to tell me we have a hearing on a certain day. The letters are about that kind of thing.
The penitentiary's location makes it an easy target for this kind of smuggling. The cell blocks are surrounded on one or two sides by public streets, and the yards have no roofs. Not all the packages make it to the yards. They land on the roofs and then on this table. The lieutenant is taking pictures of the contents of 15 packages that were all thrown in 1 week, but that didn't hit their target.
We have a couple of greenish substances here. Looks like marijuana. And the stuff here comes wrapped in individual portions. It's another way to smuggle drugs, swallowing them or hiding them in body cavities. That's why the guards often can't find drugs. But the dogs can.
Only a fraction of the packages remains on the roof. Most make their way into the yard, but that doesn't always mean trouble.
According to Colombian law, possessing, selling, and transporting drugs is illegal. If we find someone with more than 20 grams, that is more than 20 grams of marijuana, or 1 gram of bazuco, if we find someone with more than this dose, then we prosecute him.
Even in prison, this law applies. Prosecution means a longer prison sentence. The mills of justice grind very slowly in Colombia. First, the prosecutor stipulates a sentence that the prisoner is allowed to challenge. But until that happens, years often pass. Thus, although most of the prisoners have not yet been sentenced, they sit behind bars for years and wait. The only way to reduce one's sentence is to work in the workshops. The sentence is reduced by the amount of time the prisoners work. The problem? There are too few for too many inmates. Thus, some hope to be transferred to other prisons where there are more workstations. But that doesn't usually happen until they're sentenced. Back to Diego. The new inmates are still being processed. They've been here for 4 hours. Now, it's time for a haircut. There are clear guidelines for the barber. The clipper must be set to 2 millimeters. The inmates have to get their hair cut regularly, or they do it themselves with smuggled razor blades. For once, an appropriate use of contraband. Then it's time to record the prisoner's personal information. Previous convictions, family, scars, tattoos. Everything is taken down.
I have a scar on my arm.
A burn?
No, it happened when I got a tattoo.
Where? Right arm?
Right.
Okay. What's it say?
My mom's name.
Rotate your arm. Turn it over.
The last step in the information gathering process, mugshots. For over 80% of the inmates, this is a familiar routine. It's not their first time in prison, and it probably won't be their last. In the cell block for sentenced inmates, it's all about surviving and somehow getting through the day. Nicholas takes the opportunity to rap out his frustration.
Calle, mundo de ilusiones, sentimientos, pasiones, adicto al peligro sin padrinos, humilde y sencillo, talento callejero con esfero, plasmo letras en cuaderno, con papel y lapicero, parcero, elocuente de mente, plasmo letras en tu mente con mensajes contundentes.
Nicholas raps about life in prison, weapons, and violence. But back in the corner, they don't only rap about violence. Practice fights take place there, with no weapons and no injuries. The inmates show off their fighting skills, but often things get out of hand.
If you have to fight, then you have to. Sometimes even with a knife. The camera doesn't reach back here, so this is where we do it.
Nicholas sustained several injuries in his last fight. Since then, his pinky has been stiff. There's no shortage of reasons to fight here.
The boy doesn't like black people. Then he started screaming in the yard, "I don't like blacks! Who should I fight?" I came into the yard and tried to stay calm and not worry about it. But the boy wouldn't leave me alone, so we fought.
Most altercations arise because of stealing, unpaid debts, drugs, or simply out of boredom. And no fight ends without injuries. Almost everyone here has a weapon: knives, scissors, needles. There's even a man in Nicholas's gang who is responsible for replenishing the supply of weapons. Wrapped up and camouflaged, the knives are barely noticeable. Many of the inmates don't just turn weapons on others, but also on themselves. Nicholas is one of them.
I'm bipolar, so I have radical mood swings. Seeing blood helps me keep myself under control. But I don't do anything to anyone else, just to myself. I used to go to a psychiatrist every month, and he gave me pills. But I don't have any anymore. I took them all.
New prisoners are examined by a psychologist as part of their processing. But many disorders and problems only develop during their stay in prison. Cutting oneself is a standard method of numbing the pain and the desperation. The prisoners receive no proper psychological treatment. Again and again, there are inmates who try to put an end to their time in prison by putting an end to their own lives. Like this young prisoner. He's already tried to jump from the highest floor into the yard 3 times. His fellow inmates managed to stop him. Today is his latest suicide attempt. He tried to hang himself with a t-shirt. The handcuffs are meant to protect him from himself.
The situation with this guy is difficult. He's overwhelmed. He has strong suicidal tendencies. We have to pay close attention to him until he goes to the hospital. If we don't get him fixed, I know he'll try to commit suicide again.
Such situations set off the guards' alarm bells. Some of the inmates use this as an excuse to get more attention and special treatment. For this reason, strict examinations are carried out first. There is no room for pity here.
He's been here for 1 month. It's his first time. In general, the first time is difficult.
siempre tiende a haber una,
They're
digamos,
often depressed because they're separated from their families.
porque, digamos, hay una separación de la parte familiar.
The young inmate lost his girlfriend. She committed suicide. He wanted to join her. Many of the inmates must struggle with such strokes of fate. The families also suffer from the separation. John Fernando's wife, for example, for 3 years, she's had to raise their child all by herself. After the medical examination in the hospital, the prisoners return to their cell blocks. And in this cell block, John Fernando is the boss. He oversees the routines, the dealing with drugs and weapons. He is supported by a 12-man crew. Here, he has the same role as Nicholas does in his yard. And the two men have known each other for a long time.
Told that he was right here. He was my boy too. He used to work for me too. But he fought with somebody else, somebody that is here, and he stabbed him really bad. The other kid is a little kid, but the little kid is so bad, you know. He like to stab people just for nothing, you know. So that's why they changed him. And he now is the boss over there. You see how he thinks. Here he have to listen to me. Over there, probably if I get there, I have to listen to him. Who knows? Or fight with him. Who knows? You know, but he's my friend still, but he's a bad guy. He got himself, he's crazy.
And this is the guy Nicholas fought with. The guy who doesn't like, quote-unquote, blacks. Many inmates wear their scars proudly. They show that they don't run away from fights. Things aren't going so well for Nicholas in his cell block at the moment. His dealings, the fact that he demands money and cigarettes from others, have been discovered. He and a member of his gang are even supposed to have threatened another inmate with a knife, and not for the first time. The prison has to investigate accusations like this.
I don't like your innocent attitude. You've got to clear this up with the boy. I don't want you to harm him again. If you do, you'll get solitary confinement. We've respected you. We respect your rights. But you don't respect the others. You don't give a shit. This changes now. If you do it again, and I don't care if you cut each other's ears off, you'll never get out of solitary.
Solitary confinement also means an extension of the sentence, or that the current sentence cannot be reduced. Constant misbehavior leads to power struggles between the guards and the inmates, and the inmates always get the short end of the stick.
There's a little problem. So we've got to behave.
The little problem has widespread effects. The head of discipline and the lieutenant make an announcement to all the prisoners. Today they're just talking, but acts of disobedience are often quickly met with a baton.
That's another issue. But security is paramount, and that's why we're here today.
Gentlemen, first, you've all been sentenced and will be here a long time. You should know that no one pays money for anything. Not to the guards, not to the administration, not to the inmates. I'll say this today nicely, for the first and the last time. No one may cheat or beat on others. No one.
Even if some of the inmates feel threatened by Nicholas and his gang, everyone is against the guards and the lieutenants. Instead of simply giving in and behaving peacefully, now they really start to get restless.
It's difficult. We have to check it out. It's the third time they've said it.
In such heated situations, things can also get dangerous for the guards and the prison employees. Many of the inmates are not shy about resorting to violence even with them. Nicholas wants to confront the people who ratted on him.
Everyone!
The first commandment, never tell on another inmate, has been broken. And there's a lot at stake for Nicholas.
I've called you here to talk about something. Several people have complained that we're extorting you. If you feel extorted because you have to pay 35 cents or a cigarette, then we'll stop cleaning. We won't do anything anymore, and we'll let the yard stay dirty. Why? Someone complained to the people at the top that we demand money or cigarettes. It's not for us, it's for the cleaners. But if you don't want to pay, then don't. And then we won't clean.
In the jail, 35 cents or cigarettes are worth a lot. Sometimes guards make deals with inmates in order to get information. Then it's easy to betray a fellow inmate.
I don't know who it was, but they're attacking me for the money you pay for cleaning.
Just like a president must take blame for his government, Nicholas must take the blame for his yard.
If I ask for money again, they'll put me on trial. And they don't clean for free.
There are official cleaners and people Nicholas chooses to clean. Then only the official cleaners will work.
The inmates fear solitary confinement, not only because of the extra prison time, but also because of the cell itself. The solitary confinement cells are like a prison within a prison. The light goes on here at 5 a.m. and goes off at 5 p.m. Daylight only shines through the small grate at the ceiling. Mattresses and blankets are removed from the cells during the day. Only the concrete slab remains. Twice a day, the inmates are allowed to take a walk accompanied by a guard in an isolated yard. The isolation itself is the worst punishment.
You get bored in the cell. You're in despair. You just want to beat your head against the wall. You're so desperate.
The solitary confinement cells also act as a kind of quarantine station for inmates with illnesses or wounds that have to heal. But some illnesses get worse here.
For example, this door fell off when a prisoner lit himself on fire in the cell. The prisoner lost control of himself. He's mentally ill and thought a devil commanded him to set fire to his cell.
The inmates are alone with themselves and their thoughts. That's the worst thing for them. New inmates have come to John Fernando's cell block today. It took 12 hours to process them. Diego is now officially a prisoner in the penitentiary. Although he recognizes faces from his last jail, he still has to learn how the inmates and the guards here tick.
Things are different here. It's not like the other jail.
After more than 12 hours, the newbies finally get something to eat. bread, a banana, and avena, a Colombian oat beverage. But they don't have much time. Soon the prisoner's official representative will give them an introduction. This man is the guard's mouthpiece to the inmates. It's his job to explain the jail's rules to the new arrivals.
This is a community. We don't want any brawling, either with older or younger inmates. This is a place for coming together. Second, there is no stealing here, although there are thieves. We call them brooms. If you're a broom, you won't do well here.
Translation: stealing will get you beat up. Diego must now internalize these rules in order to avoid having problems. Most prisoners obey the rules in the beginning, but the longer they're here, the more daring they get. Like Nicolas. The upheaval has now calmed down somewhat and will soon subside entirely. Before the cell doors close for the evening, some of the inmates get medication. The doctor only distributes pills to inmates with a prescription and an official medical diagnosis. Many prisoners try to get medication this way, so a watchful eye is necessary. The prisoners are given insulin syringes, medication for flu symptoms, and antipsychotics. They're not prescribed to the individual needs of mentally ill patients, however. They're just tranquilizers. Every few months, a psychologist conducts examinations, but usually nothing changes. Too many inmates with different problems means excessive costs for the local government. Like every evening, the prisoners must now line up to be counted. This is how the guards make sure everyone is present, but it also lets them show the inmates that they're just numbers to them. The prisoner's day ends at 5 p.m. They have 10 minutes to get ready. For Diego, it's a new experience. In the other prisons, the inmates decided when they went to bed. But one thing will not change for Diego here.
It's better to be a loner in prison. A bad friend only causes problems. And I don't want any problems. So distance is good. That's how you stay away from problems. This prison is ultimately a community. You respect others so that they'll respect you.
We just want to stay alive and respect each other.
But everyone has their own definition of respect in prison. The cell doors stay closed for 12 hours. For grown men who are used to doing whatever they want outside of prison, this is hard to take. But that's exactly the point. It's a disciplinary measure.
The day's over. I'm exhausted. I hope I sleep well.
Another day gone. That's what everyone here thinks. One day of many still to come. Every day, altercations between inmates and guards. Every day, the hope of early release. Every day, worrying about families waiting on the outside. Every day, struggles with oneself and the fear of ending up back here, behind bars. John Fernando still has 2 years on his sentence, and he is awaiting another trial. His family must continue to make do without him.
A month ago, when my wife told me that she was pregnant, I'm really happy because I wanted to have a kid. I wanted to have a little girl, and I think God gave me that opportunity, and that's nice, you know? That's my happiness, and that's it. Just trying to make this easier and get out of here and never come back. hopefully. That's right. That's all what I can tell you.
Nicholas continues to struggle with his bipolar disorder. He hopes to get out in 3 months, to see his mother, and then to finally take another path.
A friend on the outside and I want to do a song together.
Diego will spend 4 more years behind bars. His biggest wish, to be able to see his wife and grandmother again after 1 year. They all have one goal in common: to turn their backs on the hardships of prison life and to never come back here again. A goal that very few will achieve. An unfathomable world. A world we know exists, but nobody wants to get to know.
The men incarcerated here are extremely dangerous.
Those are chopping up heads and everything.
Total anarchy.
Another inmate attacked me. He stabbed my eye.
The more corrupt, the better for me.
Behind bars is a struggle just to survive.
I don't hurt anybody else. I just hurt myself.
And only the strongest will survive.
I keep on fighting to get out of here for them.
Their lives are always in somebody else's hands.
Pretty much caged animals. They'll lock you up and throw away the key.
Behind bars. In the toughest prisons in the world. Bogota, a city heavily influenced by its history, and yet a city on the brink of upheaval. The economy is growing, and an increasing number of people are relocating to the cities in search of a better life. The gap between rich and poor is growing. People in the slums have to fight particularly hard, finding ways to make ends meet. Drugs define everyday life here. The number of addicts is rising every year. Why? Cheap substances that promise users a quick high. The conditions are ripe for a life of crime, and as a result, for a trip here. One of Bogota's toughest jails, Cárcel Distrital. These walls surround men and women who lost their battles outside and were forced to start a brand new one here. A battle against justice, their fellow inmates, and themselves. Daily life is shaped by conflict and violence.
Another inmate attacked me. He stabbed my eye.
Every day the guards compete in their struggle for power against the inmates. Coming out on top is pretty tough.
A hiding place. It's empty now, but they keep on using it.
However, the prisoners also have to overcome emotional conflicts too.
I feel so much pain inside of me. I haven't seen them for so long, and then they are only here for a few hours.
Very few of those in here turn their lives around. They keep on fighting until they lose. It is just before 5 a.m. in one of Bogota's most dangerous neighborhoods, and this room is the safest of them all.
Good morning.
It's the location of the morning roll call for all the guards, sergeants, and lieutenants on duty at Cárcel Distrital. A total of about 170 people are tasked with making sure that the prison is secure and everything is in order. It takes a lot out of the staff, day in, day out. For 12 long hours, employees here have to stay alert, be prepared, and show no weakness. The day starts at 5 in the morning for the 1,000 or so inmates. Just 50 members of the prison population are female. Every morning starts with a shower and a wash, After all, hygiene is very important in prison. Diseases can spread at an alarming speed. The women share a 4-person cell. Jenny Ladino was sentenced to 8 years for racketeering and has already served 4. She is the boss of the women's wing.
Here in this wing, I'm responsible for human rights. I've had this role for the past 17 months, representative for human rights. The prison supervisors tell me how to approach certain steps and how to implement them.
Her role is seen as something of a conflicting one. The person needs to be an intermediary between the guards and the inmates. Every wing has a representative for human rights, so there are 6 in total. 5 wings are for men. Most of them are in for theft, possession of a firearm, or sexual offenses. The smallest wing is home to the female inmates. Most are here for theft or fraud. In the back part of the prison is the workshop area, where a select group of prisoners are able to work during the day. The workshop is opposite the kitchen. One level up is the isolation wing for prisoners who have misbehaved. The prison administration is located in a smaller, separate building. Visitor checks are also conducted here, as is the induction process for new inmates. Camilo Cristancho Barantes has already been here for 18 months, and he has one of the most sought-after jobs in the prison. He works in the kitchen. Like those employed in the workshop, the inmates who work here have a chance to reduce their sentence. So because Camilo spends 16 hours a day slaving away in the kitchen, he has reduced his sentence, but only by half, so 8 hours. However, for him, there is another important factor at work here.
The good thing about this job is that I stopped thinking about the guards and the fact that I'm locked away. If I wouldn't have this job, it would be pretty tough.
Camilo is in for terrorist activity, though he hasn't received his final sentence yet. The prosecutor's office has applied for 12 years. Camilo had to go through 6 months of various suitability checks before he got the job. That's because the kitchen has one huge draw: weapons.
If a knife disappears, we're all sent off to solitary confinement until it turns up again. And after that, we're sent to a worse wing. It's a tricky subject because a knife like this one here can be turned into 10 smaller knives.
That's why there is a strict protocol. Every time a prisoner needs a utensil, he has to inform the guard, who makes a note of what has been taken.
If anything goes missing, none of the prisoners are allowed back to their cells until it appears. However, this shouldn't happen and almost never does.
We've lost things in the past. Then we have to empty out the trash and keep on searching until we find it.
After all, none of the inmates want to lose this job. In addition to getting their sentence reduced, they also earn $9 a day, which goes straight to their families outside. Running the kitchen is a full-time job. The 1,000 or so inmates are fed 3 times a day. Food is provided by the district or is donated. Families can buy extra snacks for the prisoners on the on-site supermarket. Nothing from the outside is allowed in. The first highlight for the prisoners happens at 6 a.m., breakfast. To receive their food, they have to line up in a certain order. Just one of the guards' permanent disciplinary measures. Lunch is the main meal here. Breakfast and dinner tend to be smaller. Egg, banana, and even avena, a drink made from oatmeal, and arepas, Colombian maize dough. Between 5 in the morning and 5 in the afternoon, prisoners are confined to the inner courtyard. The cells are locked, so that's 12 long hours with nowhere to retreat to, let alone get any privacy. Although things are quieter here than in the men's wings, arguments and fights often break out.
On my first day, 12 of us arrived here in the wing at 7 in the evening. We were called up and the girls all started screaming. It's always like that. When someone new arrives here, they start to screech, "Send her in." It feels as though they want to eat you or something. They said stuff like, "Bring that beauty here." I didn't have a clue what would happen. You have to grow a big pair of balls in here. From that day onwards, I realized that I am in a prison and that I have to adapt. Since then, I have been fine.
Chef Camilo doesn't just serve food to the normal wings. He also feeds the solitary confinement wing. This is mainly home to prisoners who have misbehaved and are being punished.
Hello. Hi, just for today.
In the case of minor offenses, such as fights that don't result in bodily harm, the accused tend to spend just a few hours here. For brawls or possession of a weapon, the inmates can spend up to 5 days in isolation before a committee decides whether to extend their stay or not.
He's in the high security section because he's involved in a conflict with someone else in his wing, and he can't go back until it is resolved.
Isolation is the toughest punishment for the inmates. Barely any daylight, one toilet, one bed, and that's it.
For prisoners in the isolation wing, we switch on the lights at 5 in the morning, taking the mattress and blankets with us. In this area, they are only allowed in their cell, and that's it. They get 1 hour of sunlight each day, but no more. And they're allowed to go outside in the northern part of the prison twice a day, though that's only with the supervision of a chaperone.
However, inmates who have misbehaved aren't the only ones who end up here. Prisoners recovering from illness or injury also come here, usually staying longer than the culprits, just like this inmate.
Polo Perez has been here for about 7 days. He has to recover because he had an operation and still needs to be checked by the doctor. He's not allowed back to the wing until the doctor says so.
I had some problems with another inmate, which ended up with me getting stabbed in the eye. Now I have to stay here for hygienic reasons. Then it's back to hospital, where they'll check how my sight is doing. There's always trouble here in prison. I try to avoid it, but there are just problems all the time.
Now Polo Perez has one more problem: fading eyesight. And this is the person responsible, John Fernando Gonzalez Diaz. He's been here for 3 years for aggravated robbery.
What's up, what's up? We're right here from Bogota, Colombia. You know what I'm saying? Colombia real. Yeah. What's up?
He has his own injuries from the fight. 2 more scars, 2 more reminders of his time in prison.
It's happening in a fight. You know, actually got my business and all these things. I got charged my money. They don't want to pay me, so I got into the fight. You know how it is? It's jail. And in this country is Colombia, you know? It's hard country.
And it's a country where relationships count for a lot. Or to put it better, in a prison, it is especially important to know the right people. John Fernando knows this all too well.
That's my friend. That's the guy who I like him right here in jail. You know? That's the guard. That's the only guard that I heard because he's a nice guy. Herrera. What's up, Herrera?
John Fernando is the boss of his wing, a position he earned following a number of power struggles, most involving knives, as well as his good relationships with the guards. Even prison isn't free from bribery and corruption. Nevertheless, the majority of the guards make sure the inmates are aware they're in prison. Reprimands and humiliation are popular methods for this.
You have to wear the orange shirt properly and be cleanly shaved. You haven't shaved. You can't go to get checked out without a clean shave.
I know. My shirt was covered in blood, so someone threw it away.
Inmates are required to look after their prison uniform. If they don't, they get a sanction.
This is jail.
This is nothing new for John Fernando. This is his 4th time in prison. And with the way he likes to earn money, it's probably not his last either.
I want to be rich someday, that's for sure. I want to have $1 million. Someday I will. And I like to live good, you know, so. My family and all my family, my background be stolen, always. Be traveling around the world stealing money. So that's what I learned, that's what I do, you know?
The majority of inmates come from a similar family background and are unable to break the habits they've grown up with. Even while they're in prison, there's no stopping their criminal activity.
So many people and everybody look for the same things, you know, make some money, make some coins to send her family. So that's the war. You gotta be every day. And you gotta be in war with the police too, looking up they not take out your drugs or your money, or you know.
And then the time finally comes. John Fernando leaves the prison for the first time in 3 years. Even though he's just going for a quick checkup at the hospital, a lot can still happen. The risk, he escapes, or someone tries to free him. That's why the guards are heavily armed. In the prison, they are only equipped with batons, but now their hands are on their pistols at all times. After breakfast, most of the inmates are left to kill time in the inner courtyard. But not Jenny, the human rights representative in the women's wing. She is in the cells. But this isn't one of her privileges. The reason is somewhat more unpleasant and annoying, but it's part of her job.
Jenny, can you remove the things from under the mattress?
Inmates are only allowed certain items in their cells. A set of spare clothes, a towel, no food. Jenny has to remove anything that doesn't belong here under the watchful eye of the guards.
We start the search when the shift changes at 7:30 a.m., just like we're doing at the moment. In the afternoons, when we lock them back up, we go around again with a list and check all the cells for a second time. These checks are always accompanied by Jenny, the representative for human rights.
The representatives are elected by the other inmates and a committee from the prison administration. This is the 4th time Jenny has held this role. Her main job is to mediate between the guards and inmates, an almost impossible task. An incident occurs during the cell search. One of Jenny's fellow inmates has an epileptic fit. 27-year-old Claudia Patricia Macias Toro. This isn't the first time this has happened. In emergencies like this, a doctor is called to the wing straight away to provide first aid.
Ever since Macia has been out of hospital and back in prison, taking all this medication, she has been dizzy all the time, the whole time. While she's walking or going up and down the stairs.
Yes, that's right. While showering, going up and down stairs, basically all the time.
Until Claudia feels better, she's allowed to stay in one of the cells as an exception. However, this is the only special treatment she gets. Jenny hasn't finished her job yet. What has she got to show for it? 2 bags full of trouble.
I have to tell the women exactly what has been taken. And of course they get angry. Even I would get mad if they took something from me.
And it's precisely because the inmates here don't have much that they have to fight for the little they do have, be it shampoo, a towel, or their favorite seat.
We all argue here in some way or other because we aren't happy. You just want to be left in peace here. Everything that the guards do is bad anyway. There are a lot of people here who understand that, and there are a few who don't. And that's part of my work as a representative too. I have to sit down and explain, girls, this is happening, that is happening.
As the bridge between the guards and prisoners, the representatives often get caught in the crossfire. Sometimes their fellow inmates accuse them of being snitches, and the guards don't mind passing the more unpleasant jobs on to them either.
Molina Susatama Carlos!
Every time an inmate leaves their wing, the guard has to conduct a very careful check. Because the prisoners carry all their belongings with them during the day to stop them from getting stolen, there are plenty of opportunities for smuggling smaller items in and out. When leaving, the inmate also has to hand in his ID, allowing the guards to keep an eye on the 170 or so male prisoners in each wing. John Fernando is about to get his ID back again. Following his stay in solitary confinement and subsequent trip to the hospital, he is now allowed back to his wing, the wing where what he says goes. However, there is always a second in command, for occasions exactly like this, when the number 1 boss is in solitary confinement. And this is not a rare occurrence. These unofficial leaders are a real thorn in the side for the guards. In the event of any problems, they are the first to be held responsible. This is the easiest solution, and lots of the guards like to take the easiest way out. Nevertheless, John Fernando's 12-man crew still did everything they could to get their first boss out of isolation.
So this guy went to the police and tell me, okay, we're gonna give some knives and we're gonna give some drugs, but take the guy down from there, you know? And we're gonna be okay. If you not do it, we're gonna go and war against you and against everybody, you know? So the police, they don't like to these things happen, you know? So that's it. My guy go and do the trick, and the police take the drugs and take the knives, and they take me down. That's it. I was 15 days already, and it was too much. My people miss me, so that's what's up with my nigga right here. It's my boys right here. We represent Colombia, you know? That's what's up here, around here. Colombia. That's my work. That's why I'm the boss.
And the boss divides up the jobs within his gang. There are errand boys, knife carriers, fighters, and one member who is indispensable.
That's why my guy right here, he have his face covered, because he's my guy. He's the drug dealer. He's the important part of my gang, because he make my money, you know? He making my money, he put it in my bank account, and I pay him. This guy is my bright side too, because when I have a fight or something like that, they go out of control, he have the people outside who shoot him.
Even though the men in the prison live in a microcosm, the problems outside the prison walls don't go away. After all, the world keeps on turning. Families still have to fight for every cent. Women have to raise children on their own. Brothers are still out there in the gangs, and the murders on Bogota's streets continue. A few days ago, this inmate's younger brother was stabbed in the middle of the street at the age of just 23. The two hadn't had any contact in months because the inmate was imprisoned. Now he joins his father and older brother to see him for the last time. Dead. A constant presence, the prison guards. Even in extreme situations like this, they make no exceptions and do not relax their watch. The only concession, they keep their distance slightly, out of respect. The prisoner has just 10 minutes to say goodbye to his dead brother.
Would you please give us another minute? Just one more short minute?
Many of the inmates don't even get the chance to say goodbye to their deceased relatives. The extra costs needed to travel to the prison are too high for most of those left behind. For the father and his eldest son, the day of mourning isn't over yet. They still have to go to the women's prison where the mother of the deceased resides. After a brief 15 minutes, the click of the handcuffs ends the brother's final farewell. Now the inmate is once again alone with his grief. Loss and separation play a huge role in the prison and hit the inmates hard. The same goes for Claudia, who has recovered from her epileptic fit.
I didn't used to have this many attacks because I took medication. It has gotten worse here because I'm in prison. I have problems and I get worried, which has made it worse.
The medicine she gets now is not enough.
We haven't had full-time medical support here for almost a year. They don't care whether Claudia is well or not.
Claudia's preliminary sentence is 17 years. She has put in an appeal, but the chances don't look good based on the severity of her crime.
I am here for human trafficking.
Although she claims to be innocent, everyone else in here does too. The most difficult thing for her is explaining to her two children where she is.
So, the first time my daughter asked me was the first time that she came to visit me. She asked me what I do in prison, and I told her that it isn't prison, it's a school. And now she says, my mom is studying at the moment. My mom is a student. But I believe she understands where I am, simply because she has already asked me, and she is already 5.
Many of the inmates don't find it easy to maintain relationships with other people. The distance and the infrequency of the contact takes up a lot of energy, sometimes too much for the ones affected. They end up wanting to cut their ties with the inmates. Now and then, couples get together in the prison where mutual understanding is guaranteed.
I had a little something going with a man here for almost 2 years. Although the guys here are very respectful, they are also macho types.
But most of the women here know how to defend themselves. The male and female inmates have very little contact in the prison. Couples only see each other on specific days. Any other contact takes place in the workshops, which are open 5 days a week, 2 hours in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. The goal of the 12 workshops is to get prisoners used to normal, non-criminal work. They should learn how to make money this way. The thinking behind this is making its mark on Jenny.
We want to form a startup on the outside with 2, 3, or 4 people from the prison. This will give them work. We will make stuffed animals and dolls. I want to keep doing what I've learned here in prison on the outside, in a small business.
In addition to the workshops, the prisoners also have the chance to take their high school exams. An added bonus for the inmates, they can reduce their sentence as a result. Every hour they spend here working or studying is deducted from their sentence. The problem? Too little workshop space for too many inmates. After every workshop block, the course leaders have to collect all the tools. After all, there is also an underlying risk here, too, that the prisoners will smuggle scissors, needles, or blades into their wings and use them as weapons. That's why there are strict rules for taking out and returning the tools.
I record everything. Everything has to be registered. Everything has an ID number. I have the guards' trust. I believe that I've done a very good job here so far.
The suitability check lasted 4 months, seeing as not everyone is suited to this role.
Of course, other inmates ask me if I can get something for them. Thank God I have managed to stay strong so far. I've gained trust, and this is a special role. And what's more, there's always a guard there anyway.
Only those who behave well in prison and haven't attracted attention get the chance to receive a job in the workshop. Otherwise, there is too much of a risk of the inmates letting loose on one another with the heavy machinery. And even though the checks are stringent, inmates still keep managing to steal smaller tools or even make their own in the workshops. John Fernando's gang is at the forefront of this activity. Every single one of them has a weapon. They use small magnets on the knives to outwit the guards.
So when they search you, they're not gonna find anything, right? That's why we have that like that.
Knife fights take place in the wings on an almost daily basis. The prisoners wear the evidence with pride, a sign that they don't go out of their way to avoid trouble. There are plenty of reasons for conflict: boredom, a fight for power, theft between inmates, money, drugs. The majority of the prisoners also took drugs outside of prison and don't intend to give it up here either. Quite the opposite. Drugs make day-to-day life in prison more bearable. There are plenty of ways to get drugs into the prison. Because the guards are often pushed to their limits, these guys often come into play. Drug detection dogs. Once a week, there's an unannounced raid. The dogs are trained to uncover any form of cocaine, such as bazuco, a waste product from cocaine production, and marijuana. The drug detection dogs were first deployed 2 years ago, and since then, the success rate of raids has increased by 30%.
Let's see what it is.
Creepy.
Good boy. Very good. That's my boy. Excellent. Very good. Let's go. Very good.
Marijuana in a toilet roll.
I need to write a report saying in which cell we found it and how we found it. This report then goes to the watch commando. It's their duty to find out who's guilty. Because 4 men live in here, things can get tricky. They will blame each other and then we won't know who it belongs to.
The inmates have lots of time on their hands to keep thinking up new hiding places.
We've often found things hidden in a piece of soap, as it can simply be stuck back together. There's a hole here. We haven't spotted that before. That's a hiding place. A good hiding place. It's empty at the moment, but they keep using it.
This is how the inmates smuggle things if they're moved to another prison, for instance. However, there are plenty of hiding places in the prison, too.
They mix toilet paper and toothpaste to create a malleable material. They stick it all together so you can hardly see it because it's white as well. Then it turns into a secret hiding place inside this paper mix.
The longer a guard is here, the more hiding places he finds out about. And yet, the inmates' ingenuity knows no bounds. Many of them see it as a kind of cat-and-mouse game.
The drugs are flushed away and attached to a nylon thread. They secure the nylon thread somewhere around here. Sometimes you can't even see it because the nylon threads are transparent. And when they need the drugs again, they find the thread and pull on it. They pack it all into small plastic bags. They are really good hiding places.
And even though the inmates are, of course, angry when the guards find their drugs and confiscate them, they will always be replenished. This is where the location of Cárcel Distrital plays into their hands. The prison is surrounded by public, freely accessible roads. Accomplices outside the prison throw packages over the walls. The missiles that don't make it into the courtyards end up on this table. Marijuana, cocaine, bazuco are the most common packages, along with weapons and cell phones. The smuggled goods are often divided up in a way that makes them easy for the inmates to hide. The guards search the roofs at least once a week.
Today, the surveillance department informed us that something had been thrown. This stayed up on the roof and didn't fall down. The security team went straight up there and collected it all. And that's what we have here on the table. Of course, everything was in different packaging, inside plastic bags and wrapped up in plastic wrap.
Even though this looks like a lot, the lieutenant predicts that just a quarter of the projectiles end up here. The rest land in the courtyard with the inmates. However, throwing items over the walls isn't the only popular method for smuggling. Lots of banned items find their way into the prison via visitors. Friends and relatives come to visit the inmates every weekend. The prison decides who gets to visit and when. Today is the inmates' children's turn. This includes Claudia's daughters, who finally have the chance to see their mother again. But first, they have to pass through multiple checks. There are strict rules on what visitors are allowed to bring into prison. Nevertheless, they still attempt to smuggle in as much as possible.
Children, please do not move. Those of you who've been here before know that you aren't allowed to touch the dogs during the checks. I'll let you pet the dogs afterwards, okay?
Frisking is mandatory for visitors, even for children.
The most common thing people smuggle is marijuana, cocaine, or bazuco. Now the dog is signaling, so we have to check what it is. A little while ago, I had to take a few bits of candy away from a woman. She had brought in food, and that's not allowed. But now we'll have to do a more intensive check.
To be able to visit the prison, you need to complete a lot of paperwork. ID papers, birth certificates, and the application form have to be complete and valid. The majority of visitors have already gotten used to the 1-hour entry process. They have just one goal in their sights: finally being reunited with their loved ones. On visiting days, the mood in the wings is very tense to begin with. There's a lot of anxiety over whether everything will go all right with the checks. 27-year-old Claudia hasn't seen either of her daughters for 18 months. Her family doesn't have enough money and lives too far away to visit her more often. Her youngest was just 2 months old when she was arrested.
I'm really nervous.
Claudia has been counting the days to this moment for months, and now it has arrived. The two girls are accompanied by Claudia's brother, who looks after the children. He, too, has to wait a long time to be able to hug his sister.
I am so unbelievably happy.
For the prisoners, the worst thing is that they miss so much and are unable to be part of their families' lives.
I'm so happy to have them with me again. They are my motivation. I keep on fighting to get out of here for them. I didn't get to see how the little one learned to crawl or walk. It's so difficult not to be a part of it all.
For 2 whole hours, the inmates can give their children all the love and affection they need, playing happy families for 2 hours, if it wasn't for the high prison walls. But not everyone is happy today. 3 of the inmates' children were not allowed in, and Jenny can't do anything in her role as a go-between.
Children over the age of 14 have to bring their children's ID. A mere registration document isn't enough. The guards won't let them in without one. And that's exactly what just happened. The women are impatient and crying because they haven't seen their children for 20 days or more, but they're not letting them in.
The women see the others' children as their own family too. The time they share behind bars creates a strong bond.
She's my goddaughter, so it really means a lot to see her. I don't have any daughters. She knows who I am. She recognizes me. She knows that I'm her godmother. That's why it's so lovely to have her here.
Jenny has children of her own, but they never come to visit her.
I'm happy, but also anxious because I can't see my own sons. But whatever. I still have to enjoy these 2 hours. I have to enjoy the hugs, so Claudia can enjoy them too. They give us hugs and kisses. That's lovely.
Every second is precious. The inmates try to make up for everything they are unable to give their children on the outside, even when they know that it's impossible. In these 2 hours, they're simply mothers and fathers again. And yet the happy sound of children's laughter disappears again all too soon. After exactly 2 hours, visiting time is over. The guards make no exceptions. For Claudia, this means that it's time to say goodbye. The women try to stay strong for their children, but only very few manage. That's because only a very small number of them know when they'll see their loved ones again, when they can be there for their kids again, when they're getting out of here. That is the hardest thing about prison for the inmates: the uncertainty. Jenny has her next hearing in 6 months and hopes that her sentence will be reduced again following good behavior. She wants to get out of prison, even though there's barely anybody waiting for her on the outside.
I don't know what I should do, because I lost all the people that I had. I have had no contact with my youngest son for 4 or 5 years. Well, only very little contact over the phone. Barely any. I don't know what I'm going to do. Or at least, I don't know yet. But I want to set up this small business with my mother and another woman from prison.
John Fernando's wrongdoings are causing him more and more problems in the prison. When he'll see his child and pregnant wife again is unclear.
Right now I can see when I'm out. I'm in right here into the 59 minutes, right? Into the 60 minute, I'm out. Until I'm right here. I don't know, things happen. Look at the fight last time. I took out that guy eye. Right now I got another charge. That's things, they happen. So I can't tell you anything else.
Claudia continues to hope that her sentence will be reduced so she can finally see her children grow up. A battle that's draining all her strength.
I have so much pain inside of me. I haven't seen them for so long, and then they are only here for a few hours. It's a happy moment, but afterwards you just feel sad. I don't know when I can see them again, hold them in my arms, kiss them, play with them.
Perhaps it will take 1 or even 2 years before the family has saved enough money for their next visit. Until then, all she has left is pain and longing. The inmates have one thing in common. They all want to get out of here as quickly as possible and never end up behind bars again. But they all have to fight for it, battling the slow justice system and their inner criminal. An unfathomable world, a world we know exists, but nobody wants to get to know.
The men incarcerated here are extremely dangerous.
Those are chopping up heads and everything.
Total anarchy.
Another inmate attacked me. He stabbed my eye.
The more corrupt, the better for me.
Behind bars is a struggle just to survive.
I won't hurt anybody else. I just hurt myself.
And only the strongest will survive.
I keep on fighting to get out of here for them.
Their lives are always in somebody else's hands.
Pretty much caged animals. They'll lock you up and throw away the key.
Behind bars. In the toughest prisons in the world. Baja California, in northern Mexico. The Mexican underworld is concentrated here, right on the American border. The cartels fight over this drug and arms corridor in no man's land with savage violence. The bloody consequence? Countless murders, kidnappings, and torture. Thousands of soldiers and police officers take part in the fight against the narcos every day. But in a vicious circle of corruption and violence, the situation is more dangerous than ever. As a check on the drug war, the worst criminals are banished to the desert, to the middle of nowhere, to the dreaded maximum security prison, El Hongo. A high-tech fortress designed according to American standards, the only prison in all of Mexico where bribery is useless. fences over 10 feet high, countless video cameras. The inmates here must obey the law of the guards.
There's nothing here. No drugs, no tobacco. The government's in charge.
But resistance stirs within.
The prisoners got out of their cells, ripped the legs off the tables and chairs, and attacked us with these homemade weapons.
Cartel killers, drug bosses, child molesters. Serving sentences of up to 70 years, the inmates have nothing left to lose.
We can't always win. That just means we have to stop from fighting them.
A daily struggle for survival.
The hardest thing is not knowing what will happen each day.
In a prison for the toughest criminals in the country, it only takes one spark to light the powder keg. "11:30 a.m. Shift change in the maximum security bunker. Starting now, 26-year-old Parra will spend 24 hours behind these walls. The command center has to give its approval each time the gate is opened. No one enters El Hongo without consent. This is a super maximum security prison. Everyone is subject to the same search procedure, no exceptions. Nothing is allowed through the security check, no cell phones, cigarettes, or food. Each new shift demands a major effort from the 26-year-old guard.
When I first started working here, I was afraid of the prisoners. But you get used to it over time. I can deal with it better now.
Entrance into the high-tech bunker requires a fingerprint and iris scan. The first stop, the weapons storeroom.
Hi. I'd like a gas canister and a baton, please.
Live ammunition is only allowed on the watchtowers and outside the prison walls. Inside, the guards protect themselves from rebellious prisoners with tear gas and batons. A necessity. El Hongo is one of the biggest prisons in Mexico and one of the most notorious. The gigantic complex consists of 3 security zones. El Hongo 1 houses 3,000 prisoners of all kinds: murderers, rapists, drug dealers. Next door, El Hongo 2 has about 600 inmates who require the next highest security level. Gang members and rebels are housed separately in F Block. El Hongo 3 tops them all. Its nearly 300 prisoners are among the most dangerous criminals in the whole country. The new shift begins in El Hongo 2. Along with 20 other guards, Parra has to keep the unruly prisoners under control. In the 5 years in which he's worked at the prison, he has already experienced a major riot.
The cell door was open, and the prisoners got out of their cell. They ripped the legs off the tables and chairs and attacked us with these homemade weapons. Honestly, I was scared. But you've got to control your feelings. You have to keep your impulses in check.
The guards only managed to put down the riot with the help of the police and the military. Cell check. 76 inmates in one room. Under observation 24 hours a day. Privacy, none at all. Nevertheless, the prisoners find ways to escape the watch of the authorities.
There are blind spots here, places with no cameras. So we have to go into the cells to check whether any prisoners are lying there, injured, for example. The inmates know where the cameras don't reach, and that's where they go to resolve their problems.
That's why Parra is checking the washing areas. Many prisoners can't deal with the prison's strict rules. The result, they lash out violently at others or themselves. Today, however, he doesn't find anything. Francisco, a prisoner, knows these problems well. He's been here for 8 years.
The best is not to cause any problems or start a fight with other prisoners. I just want to do my time. If you touch other people's stuff, you'll get in trouble, and usually into a fight.
See nothing, hear nothing, say nothing. This is already the 32-year-old's 5th time in prison, this time for drug dealing and stealing guns. In El Hongo, however, he's gotten clean for the first time, the hard way.
The guards are in control. There's nothing here, no drugs, no tobacco. The government's in charge. They're the bosses, not us.
Poverty and lack of opportunity drive many Mexicans to drug addiction. But in the maximum security stronghold in the desert, it's nearly impossible to get access to drugs. Sensors, cameras, cell phone jammers. The prison resembles a high-tech fortress. Sharpshooters on 15 watchtowers make sure around the clock that nothing comes in or out. Those who try end up in the notorious F block. Isolation and monotony. The punishment for everyone who causes problems in the prison. 2 prisoners per cell at the most. But even that doesn't prevent many from rebelling against the system. Once a day, guards like Parra have to check if everything's okay.
What are you doing?
I'm just making a list of what I want to buy in the store.
Gabriel has been behind bars for 15 years, the last 10 in the special housing unit. Nevertheless, the prisoner is still in active contact with others.
Oh, it's my mail. My mail, we send mail through other floors, other parts. We have ways to communicate either sign language or dialect. We have phonics words that cars can understand.
Gabriel is not supposed to have contact with other prisoners. A couple years ago, he was one of the main people behind the riot.
They consider us dangerous to other people. That way we think. The way we think, we influence a lot of people to think a certain way, like us, and they consider us dangerous to them.
Gabriel is from Los Angeles. He's a member of a Hispanic gang called Blythe Street. He was imprisoned for crimes he committed as part of the gang.
I'm here for kidnapping. For kidnapping, which that was committed in 2003, that was 15 years ago. Yes. My sentence was 33 years and a half. Yes, that's my sentence, original sentence. But to be honest with you, this is being incriminated, but I really don't care right now. I'm in a country where it's gonna corrupt it, so money talks, and I'll be out pretty soon. I already did more than enough time, so I'll be out soon. Yes.
Confident statements for a man who has only seen the world from inside a jail for the last 15 years. His cellmate, Gilbert, is also from LA. He hasn't set foot outside the prison walls for 16 years. The one bright spot, a barred window with a view of the yard. Solitary confinement means isolation. But Gilbert knows how to get by. Using a homemade sling, he trades food with the inmates on the floor below.
we have to do it without them seeing us. So it's not allowed. Usually, if I get caught, they'll probably take 2 weeks from yard for me, and I won't go out for nothing. For 2 weeks, I'll be here myself.
He's willing to take his chances. On the outside, he experienced and did much bloodier things.
I'm here for working with the cartels in Mexico, trying to get all the territories and
The methods of the Mexican drug cartels are gruesome. In 2017, more than 19,000 murders were committed by the mafia.
All I can tell you is that after so many things you do, you forget, you stop counting. That's the way it is. I mean, at first it's just you just do it for the money. It's nothing personal, and then after that, it's just like if it's a normal thing. I'm only here for guns, 4 guns. So I was one of the lucky persons.
Gilbert is only doing time for arms dealing, not for murder. It's no rarity in Mexico. Only 2% of violent crimes ever get solved. That means 98 out of 100 murderers and kidnappers get away with it. 2 p.m., time to go to the yard. Once a week, the prisoners in F Block are allowed to spend time in small groups in would-be freedom. The only diversion from their monotonous daily routine. The inmates now have 2 hours to make telephone calls and go shopping. Cash is forbidden in the prison. Payments are made via fingerprint. Money can be paid into the prisoners' accounts by wire transfer or in cash on visiting day. A maximum of $65 per week. In this way, the prison director hopes to prevent extortion and corruption. The only contact to the outside world, the telephone in the yard. Family news is the top priority.
My daughter's that's priority. That's what I call first. Just to check how she's doing.
Gabriel's 3 daughters all live in Los Angeles. Tomorrow is a big day. His youngest daughter is coming to visit for the first time in 14 years. Gabriel clarifies the final details of their meeting. After that, he takes care of some business.
All right, if the director does... Casper! No answer, dog. Well, hold on, you did.
Gabriel also makes phone calls on behalf of others. They use hand signals to communicate with each other. An act of kindness or calculation.
Whatever I can assist them with, whatever's to my reach. If besides doing my calls, that's my priority. If I can help them out with other people's calls, so I do that.
Only 2 hours of freedom per week. That's part of the concept in El Hongo, one of the most secure prisons in the world. The prisoners in F Block are lucky. There's one section in the prison where the inmates see even less daylight. El Hongo 3 houses the worst criminals in all of Mexico. It's super maximum security. Organized crime, cartel bosses, corrupt government officials. The prisoners here could jeopardize the safety of the entire country. This man is the warden of evil, Commander Carlos Villalbazo. He's been in charge of El Hongo 3 for several years. In that time, he has experienced many dangerous situations. The most recent attack, an inmate wounded him with a knife.
The hardest thing is not knowing what will happen, what to expect. It always depends on the mood of the prisoners. No 2 days are alike.
Shift change. The commander is aware of the constantly lurking danger. That's why the guards work in teams.
Being careful is the most important thing. The moment you feel too secure, the prisoners could pounce. Either they attack you with their fists, beat you, or they kill you.
1 minute of inattentiveness could cost the commander his life. Each day, the guards in El Hongo 3 have to settle disputes or separate prisoners. No wonder. Each 10 by 15-foot cell is shared by up to 6 criminals. Today is the annual eye exam. That means civilians in the Super Max Wing, an additional challenge for the commander. The prisoners can literally smell how tense the guards are.
The prisoners can get rebellious when there are too few guards. That's why we have to put handcuffs on them, in order to control their movements.
A few years ago, there was an escape attempt, but it failed miserably. The prisoners are under minute observation. Walls over 10 feet high, non-stop surveillance. The prison was even recognized by the American government for its high security standards. In Mexico, El Hongo is considered the model prison par excellence. That's why the inmates of El Hongo 3 use every opportunity to escape the dull monotony of their cells.
A little sun is nice. We like it. It gives us a bit more freedom.
Carlos Tejeda Valdez has been in the maximum security prison for more than 16 years. He was the leader of a suicide mission. He murdered his victim with 5 shots to the head. For his crime, he's serving a 25-year sentence. In prison, Carlos doesn't need to fear that someone will take revenge. On the outside, things are different. His victims' relatives are just waiting for him to be set free again.
It may be true, but I'm not afraid. I've thought about it, but I'm not scared. I believe in God. He protects me from my enemies. And if not, then I'll bite the grass again, as we prisoners say. But I can't imagine I'd have problems after getting out. If the situation does arise, however, then I'll have to stand up straight and take the bull by the horns.
For many of the inmates, life has become a dangerous game of chance, and the daily routine in prison is not for everyone.
There are also people who can't handle prison. We all have to get through it. But those people aren't here in the cells. They're somewhere else, housed in a separate cell block. The prisoners here are only in for murder and kidnapping.
Violence among inmates, no rarity. Indeed, it's the order of the day. El Hongo has murderers, rapists, and drug smugglers who shrink from absolutely nothing. That's why some prisoners have to be kept apart. The cell block for homosexuals. About 20 men live here, kept separate from all the other inmates, to protect them from attack. At 59, Francis Lames is one of the oldest prisoners. The former psychiatrist was arrested by the police with 5 kilograms of meth. Since then, he calls this cell his paltry home.
I've been here for 7 years and don't have any problems. Thank God I'm okay. The guards tell me what to do. Do this, don't do that, but they're good to me.
Even if the guards don't bully the homosexual inmates, Mexico is split in this regard. Prejudices are strong among the broader population, and especially among the prisoners. That's why no one else is present when Francis goes out into the yard. A gay man in a prison full of men. It's a blessing and a curse at the same time.
In prison, you have to get used to abstinence. In my 7 years behind bars, I've had only one single relationship. And now, I'm trying not to start any new ones because of all the diseases.
So far, Francis has been lucky. In 2 days, he has a long-awaited hearing. It will decide whether he'll be released 2 years early.
Hopefully, the judge will do the right thing.
The prospect of seeing his adopted son and grandson again soon overwhelms the 59-year-old. He's had no contact with them since he started serving his sentence. Francis places all his hopes in the judge's decision. His future is uncertain. – 7 p.m. The prisoners are sent back to their cells. Time to shut the doors. The guards have to check that every prisoner is present, about 2,000 in total. Officer Parra is among the guards at work in El Hongo 2.
Line up. Hands behind your backs. You know what to do.
To help the guards keep a clear overview, each prisoner is entered into the system by his fingerprints. Name, sentence, time served. The system leaves no room for loopholes.
We have to count the prisoners every day. We use a special system. The machine reads the inmates' fingerprints and compares them with the database. If a prisoner isn't in the cell, but rather in the infirmary, then we have to get his fingerprint from there. Otherwise, the system reports a problem. But so far, no one's ever been missing.
So far, no one has managed to escape from Mexico's most secure prison. But that doesn't mean the situation will stay that way. The mood among the prisoners can change in a flash.
I'm not really afraid. It's more that I'm nervous. You're here with so many inmates in one cell, and you know each one has done something terrible.
That's why Parra is glad to leave the cell block behind him for a while. In El Hongo 3, the guards have their most difficult task ahead of them: a cell raid. At night in the prison, while the inmates are in bed, the Special Commando prepares for its mission.
The first group searches the cells. You know the procedure. Understood?
The guards have gotten a tip. Drugs have supposedly been stashed in 2 cells. The inmates in El Hongo 3, so dangerous that even the highly trained special unit only dares to go in with an absolute numeric advantage. All the prisoners have to leave the cell. The tone is severe. No objections are tolerated. The atmosphere in the group cell is tense. If the guards do indeed find drugs or weapons, there will be a drastic penalty to pay. A sentence extension of up to 25 years. Carlos lives in one of the cells under suspicion.
It's unpleasant. I don't have anything to hide, but it's unpleasant.
Whether that's true remains to be seen. The search party proceeds. Every nook is unsparingly searched. Backup is waiting outside the cell, the special canine unit. Despite the excitement, the dog handler, Sandra, knows she can depend on her four-legged colleague's nose.
The dogs are trained to stay calm in stressful situations like these. That means that fast movements, loud noise, when someone slams a door open or shuts or drops something, that stuff doesn't bother them. It's important for the dogs to be calm before the actual search begins.
Sandra's search dog is one of 20 that support the guards in the search for drugs. Over time, the prisoners come up with the sneakiest hiding places.
The inmates can hide things in bed, back at the wall, or in these holes here. Search here. Even in the scratches on the wall or in the toilet.
If the dog lays its ears back, it's found something. The dogs raise the alarm very rarely, but the guards still have to follow up on every tip, no exceptions.
We've searched 2 cells and found nothing.
False alarm. Neither dog nor guards have found anything. The special commando withdraws. That also means that the security barriers have worked. El Hongo prison is and remains the maximum security bunker par excellence. F block, preventive detention. Once a week, Gabriel and his cellmate get to go out into the yard. The other 6 days of the week, the cell door stays closed.
It wasn't always like that. We had the power. We had them on their thumb. They used to obey us, but things change. Like we can't always win the government, but that doesn't mean we have to stop from fighting them. I miss having my cell phone, I miss having my TV, I miss a lot of things. I miss the freedom. We had keys, we had our own keys to ourselves. I miss those times.
Bribery is the order of the day in Mexico. Politics, the bureaucracy, the military. Corruption infiltrates all layers of society like a cancer.
Even though we're behind bars, we still have strong connections with people out there that help us out when we need it. I'm just a simple prisoner willing on doing my time. So the more corrupt, the better for me.
Within the prison walls, however, the wardens wage a fierce war against corruption. Carlos, the commander, knows what to expect.
Honestly, the people currently in charge of the prison are not corrupt. But if a guard becomes corrupt, it's difficult. Then he's got consequences to fear. Either you get prosecuted and end up behind bars yourself, or you lose your job. Corruption is scorned here.
El Hongo prison is considered absolutely incorruptible, the only one in all of Mexico. On the other hand, there's a great deal of violence and aggression. Many of the inmates will only leave prison when they die.
Most of our problems have to do with the prisoners' moods. You never know what mood they'll wake up in. They can behave quite calmly, but when they get bad news from home, they immediately get aggressive. And that leads to fights among the inmates, and even to riots. You have to keep an eye on the situation and make sure that it doesn't spread to the whole cell block.
In prison, even the smallest provocation can lead to a massive revolt among the inmates. For Gabriel in F Block, today is finally the day of his youngest daughter's long-awaited visit. At this point, he still doesn't know what the day holds for him.
My daughters and my wife. My main motivation.
Gabriel hasn't seen his youngest daughter in 14 years. He was arrested and convicted in Mexico right after her birth. His family lives in America, which is why they're only in touch with each other by phone. That's supposed to change in a few hours. His cellmate, Gilbert, has no visitors today. El Hongo's remote location makes it difficult for people to visit.
The fact that how they made this prison here, it's pretty hard. You know, I'm pretty sure it's different from a lot of prisons. The family could just move around and live around the city, around the prison, and it's easier for you. Here, I mean, it's twice a month a visit, but I mean, it's hard because they have to come all the way over here. Not only that, I mean, it's dangerous, you know, because anything could happen, you know.
The cartel killer knows what he's talking about. Nevertheless, family is often the only thing that keeps the isolated prisoners from going crazy.
My ex-wife, she was having problems. I said to myself, well, I have to help her because I was only getting 700 pesos, which is $70 a week here, so there was no way I could help her, so I had to do what I had to do, and I did it, and I helped them out, and while I'm here, and you know, part of me, I don't regret it, but half of me, you know, it's sad being here, you know, it's really sad. But hopefully this nightmares should be coming out, should be going away pretty soon.
He'll spend at least another 2 years between a nightmare and reality. Visiting day in no man's land. Every civilian who wants to enter El Hongo must submit to a very thorough search. The guards monitor the visitors with cameras and metal detectors. No contraband is allowed to cross the threshold of the maximum security bunker. In addition, Sandra, the dog handler, uses a search dog to search the family members for drugs and cell phones.
Hold on to your glasses so they don't get broken. The dog isn't aggressive, and he'll only jump if there's something inside. Search.
If the visitors do have something illegal with them, the dog lies down on the floor right in front of them. But that doesn't seem to be the case today.
Good, thank you. Go ahead.
Smuggling methods have gotten increasingly sophisticated over the years. That's why the search dog checks all the gifts and mementos brought to the inmates. Especially popular, cell phones.
The whole prison is outfitted with signal jammers. You can also see them on the watchtowers. So there's no service inside the walls. But some people still try to smuggle cell phones inside. The consequences for that can be seen in the pictures on the wall.
The prison director is ruthless when it comes to smuggling. Those who try it usually don't leave the prison. the smuggling of illegal substances and cell phones is punishable by up to 25 years in prison. Back to Gabriel in F Block. He's looking forward to his daughter's long-awaited visit. But then comes unexpected news.
Do you have a visitor this morning? What did Danny say?
Yes, from 9:30 to 11. Is she there?
No, not yet.
Come on. Let me go out into the yard to make a phone call.
We're waiting for a visit for Valverde. His family still has exactly 1 hour to enter the prison. If they're not there by then, the visit will be canceled. We have a schedule from 9:30 to 11. If the family arrives just 1 minute past 11, they can't come in.
Gabriel hasn't seen his daughter in 14 years. And now time is running out. If she doesn't show up in the next hour, the earliest he can get approval for another visit will be 14 days. The moment of truth. Will Gabriel be able to embrace his daughter for the first time?
Come here. An hour has passed and nobody showed up, so no visit today.
Yeah, but I wanted to make a call anyway. You have the authorization. You have the key. And you can let me into the yard. I understand it's not easy, but the people over there also get to go down. This sucks. Really, this is giving me a headache.
Right, but your visitors didn't show up.
Okay.
An exception? Not in El Hongo. Gabriel is frustrated. He has no idea why his daughter didn't come. He has to make a plan.
Junior's the next one they'll take to the yard. He should make the call.
For years, Gabriel has waited for a chance to see his daughter, who is now 16. Today, he must bury his hopes.
Some bumps in their lives, obstacles we have to overcome. I gotta be strong. So, I'm gonna keep fighting until they can give it to me again. I mean, I've waited. I haven't seen it for 14 years. A few more days, a few more weeks, a few more months. Eventually I'll see her again.
At least he has the chance of being released in a few years. Some of the prisoners in El Hongo 3 will never leave. La Flor, the flower. That's what the guards call the special cell block, a prison within the prison, for the worst criminals of all, with sentences between 50 and 70 years. That's where Carlos, the commander, has to do his weekly rounds. To avoid dangerous situations, the guards only enter this cell block in closed formation.
Son privados de la libertad que están.
The inmates here aren't in solitary confinement, but they're watched very closely. There's very strict surveillance. The prisoners here are serving sentences of up to 70 years. They have nothing left to lose.
Organized crime, corrupt politicians, drug barons. La Flor's 106 inmates could transform the whole country into a bloody battlefield. The 9 by 12-foot cells are shared by 2 or 3 prisoners, hardened men kept like attack dogs in cages, some of them for the rest of their lives.
I'm serving 50 years for murder. That's why I'm here.
We get to go into the yard once a week for half an hour to make phone calls. It's depressing.
The guard's job: make sure the prisoners don't kill each other or themselves. The commander has to bring one of them to the doctor. The prisoners have almost no contact to the outside world. On the other hand, they have lots of time for reflection.
I'm in jail because I was in organized crime in Baja California. But in prison, you shouldn't think you'll get help from the cartel. You have to pull yourself up out of the muck.
No prospect of a reduced sentence or help from outside. Instead, lives that will end behind bars after decades of time served. The commander's shift is over. Time to go home. But it's actually not a home at all. A single room in the administrative section of the jail, smaller than the prisoner cells. It's simply too dangerous to live outside the prison. But Carlos needs neither luxury nor comfort. His job is his life.
I like my job. There aren't many people who want to do it. You've got to make some tough decisions, but that's part of the job. Some prisoners will despise you, even if you encourage them. But that's no reason to quit. You've got to be a professional here.
Gilbert has 2 more years to serve. Enough time to mull over his future.
My mother, I'm her only son. Yeah, she does feel sad, and she's getting old already, so I gotta stop this already. I think it's already time to do what I gotta do when I get out, because next time, I don't think she'll be around. And that's the only person that I could trust.
And Gabriel, when he gets out, he won't be able to avoid gang life.
You could be out, but you don't have to do the heavy things. You can do the light things. You can survive with it. As long as you don't know too much or do too much, but still be part, it'll work out. It's either that or you run away and for them to catch you and get killed. I better stick around and stick with the light stuff. Yeah. Just big decisions in your life, and I made some, and there's no turn back.
Either join them or die. In Mexico, it's extremely difficult to stay on the straight path, and thus, most of the prisoners will spend their whole lives behind bars. The only incorruptible prison in a country sinking into corruption and violence. An unfathomable world, a world we know exists, but nobody wants to get to know.
The men incarcerated here are extremely dangerous.
That was our job, chopping up heads and everything.
Total anarchy.
Another inmate attacked me. He stabbed my eye.
The more corrupt, the better for me.
Behind bars is a struggle just to survive.
I won't hurt anybody else. I just hurt myself.
And only the strongest will survive.
I keep on fighting to get out of here for them.
Their lives are always in somebody else's hands.
Pretty much caged animals. They'll lock you up and throw away the key.
Behind bars. In the toughest prisons in the world. Armenia, a country with a painful past and a present in constant flux. Shaped by former Soviet influence and branded by the catastrophic economic consequences of that influence. The majority of the population lives in abject poverty. Across from them stand powerful elites with links to organized crime and a swamp of corruption. Armenia has one of the strictest penal systems in the world. Even for minor crimes, a person can spend years behind bars. When your luck has truly run out, you end up here, in the Armavir Penitentiary, a prison that was built specifically to break the decades-old gangster culture referred to as thieves in law. In other words, criminals who live by their own laws.
They don't want to be seen themselves, but they're watching us, always trying to control everything.
The government seeks to protect its people from the gangsters at all costs.
I have the right to shoot without previous warning.
The criminals that are doing time in here
I don't have any problems. I'm cool with everyone here. Everything's fine.
should be kept in here as long as possible.
8 years I was only in a single cell, never came out to see the sky.
The gangsters do come in contact with prison guards, who are totally overwhelmed and corrupt.
Unfortunately, we have to admit that there are guards here who would smuggle anything for money.
Being better than the normal of Armenia? That kind of a correction is unthinkable.
The Armavir Penitentiary, Armenia's declaration of war on gangster culture. 8 o'clock in the morning, the prison guards begin their shift.
Morning.
The prison is the daily workplace for correctional officers Aram Havanesyan and Arman Beglayan. Their daily rounds in the cell block lead through a closely guarded passageway. All employees and visitors must go through here. It's the only way into the prison and the only way out. The guards register every single person who passes through. Cell phones and IDs, everything has to be handed over here. What is truly surprising, though, is that it's the last place in the cell block that is actually armed. In the Armavir Penitentiary, all guards work without weapons. No sticks, no pepper spray, not even handcuffs.
In Armenia, there's no official regulation about whether we have to carry clubs or handcuffs or anything at all. We do have all of these things, but we don't use them. We believe it only provokes the inmates and makes them more aggressive. They start acting out, banging against the cell doors, and it definitely leads to faster uprisings.
The guards in this prison believe in a non-violent concept, at least as long as the inmates behave well.
Of course, there have been incidents where we were attacked. If prisoners become violent, we separate them from the group. We take them immediately out of the block and put them in solitary confinement. If it becomes necessary, that is where we might use a club.
Inside Armenia's most modern detention facility, de-escalation is the order of the day. Outside, 2 walls and a security fence make the prison into a fortress. Half a dozen watchtowers encircle the grounds, so that nothing and nobody gets out of here. Unlike the prison guards, the security guards are heavily armed. Their standard weapon is the Kalashnikov AK-47. Security guard Zazun Razayan has to stay highly alert, whether it's 40 degrees Celsius in summer or freezing in winter, because carrying a gun comes with huge responsibility.
If there's an escape attempt, I have the right to shoot without previous warning.
The reason for these drastic security measures can be traced back to Armavir's Block 6. This is where you will find the country's most notorious gangsters. Men who live by their own rules, even as prisoners. Someone who knows these men very well is prison psychologist Gevorg Simonyan.
This is Block 6. There are all kinds of different felons living in here. But the most interesting thing about them is that they live by a code of honor. They call it thieves in law. These men reject any kind of state authority and have their own laws.
The thieves in law are members of the Armenian mafia. Outside the walls, they rule the Armenian underground. Even in prison, they are very powerful.
If we took one of these prisoners out of here and isolated him from the group, he'd consider it an attack on his life. And he'd do anything he could to get back to the group. He is prepared to do anything and would stop at nothing, not even an act of violence.
The psychologist is one of the few people of authority who are accepted by the inmates in Block 6.
It's not just us watching them the whole time. They're also watching us. They always want to know what's going on at any moment.
The real bosses, however, remain in the background. They have their own ears and eyes, the ones they call watchers, who are their link to the outside world.
If prisoners have committed themselves to this code amongst criminals, such as the thieves in law have done here in Block 6, then the leaders and their henchmen can exert incredible power over the others.
If there are any problems, the prison administration addresses them directly by talking to the spokesperson from the cell block. Neither side wants any trouble. The silent deal between the mafia and the guards is, we don't interfere in any of your business, and you as inmates yourselves, make sure Block 6 stays quiet. Gago Galestian is one of the spokesmen. The prison psychologist chats regularly with him to get a feeling for the current mood.
In my opinion, no one can ever be completely sure. They'll never end up in prison one day.
Being housed in Block 6 is basically a privilege for him.
Here in our block, it's important to stick together. We protect and support each other. No one from the outside is allowed to interfere. That's why there are only Armenians in Block 6. In a crisis, we Armenians stick together. That's what's special about the Armenian people.
The mafia sticks together. Like a lot of others in Block 6, Gago is doing time for drug trafficking. He was caught with half a kilo of heroin. That's a felony in Armenia. At the same time, it's the main source of income for the Armenian mafia. This particular subculture originated in the time of Stalin's prison camps. When Armenia was a Soviet republic, the mafia dramatically expanded its power throughout the prison. It controls the fate of each and every prisoner. Part of their code is, don't speak to anyone related to the government. As the Soviet Union disintegrated, the influence of this criminal organization grew. The Armavir Penitentiary is the first attempt to limit the power of the thieves-in-law and to protect other prisoners from them. One of the ways to achieve this was to divide the facility into cell blocks. This allowed some of the prisoners who do not follow the criminal code to be separated from the mafia members. Block 4 is mainly occupied by small-time criminals. Block 5 is reserved for former civil servants, such as corrupt officials or police officers. The felons are in Blocks 1 through 3 and in Block 6. These are the violent offenders, drug dealers, and those involved in organized crime. This is where the thieves-in-law are in charge. Inmates here live by their own rules. Protecting the other prisoners in the Armavir Penitentiary. That is one of the duties of Arman and Aram and their 100 colleagues.
Attention. Today, you have to be careful. When you're searching the cells today, look out for any cutting and stabbing weapons.
For Aman and Aram, every shift begins with a briefing from their commander, Khachik Harutyunan. They are given information that also includes details important to their own safety.
Right face. Go to work.
Now they have been made aware of any incidents that might have occurred and which prisoners are potentially troublesome. Block 4 is having its weekly cell inspection today. It's one of the 2 blocks whose inmates have not submitted to the code of thieves-in-law.
Guards and inmates all accounted for. No incidents.
At the same time, the task is not without its dangers. Guards have to be prepared for resistance or even an attack at any time. It is therefore important to have a very specifically organized search process.
The best time for searches is in the morning when everyone's in their cell. Let's go.
In a group of 5, the prison officers examine every cell. Between 2 and 4 prisoners live in the 8 square meter cells. Every cell is furnished differently. Only beds and bathroom facilities are provided. The rest has to be provided by the inmates themselves, from furniture to tableware to cleaning products. Glass, ceramic dishes, and metal cutlery are forbidden. But of course, the inmates periodically attempt to smuggle things in. The most important part of the search, Arman uses a rubber mallet to search for signs of escape attempts and for obscured hiding places.
It happens a lot that inmates make holes in the walls to hide things and then fill them up with sand and wax.
But they don't just examine the cells.
During the shift change, we also look at the prisoners themselves to see if they're in good shape or if they look sick or exhibit any signs of abuse. It could happen that someone has done something to himself during the night or that another inmate has done something to him.
48 cells, 1 minute for each inspection. The guards also keep an eye on the food. It could contain homemade alcohol or drugs. During a search, the prisoner is always present to make sure the guards don't plant anything. In cell 405, the guards encounter inmates who are nervous. And in fact, they do find something here. While searching the cell, they discover a metal fork, a piece of sandpaper, and a self-made immersion heater. All forbidden objects.
In particular, the fork and the homemade immersion heater are extremely dangerous. The metal fork could be used as a weapon. We pulled this immersion heater out of circulation.
Simply because these kinds of homemade things can be deadly.
Unfortunately, we find stuff like this all the time.
They use sandpaper to finish off the hiding place in the wall.
Aram suspects that the objects have been stolen from the workshop or from one of the tradesmen. Investigation proceedings will now be conducted. In the worst case, the inmates could face solitary confinement. Those who have been caught before are subjected to more frequent inspections from the guards. Warden Aram checks the delivery that one of the prisoners received today from his family. A few days ago, Gevog Avagnan was caught with a forbidden cell phone. Since then, he has been under close observation. This time, Aram didn't find a phone, but between the piles of clothes and objects, he comes across other things that are forbidden in the cells of Armavir.
A regular plastic bowl like this is no problem. It can't do any harm. But these ceramic dishes are an absolute no-go. A weapon could be made from broken pieces.
Besides the ceramic dishes, Aram also takes out a sharp knife and a metal fork.
Now this goes back.
Can't I take this now?
Of course not.
During the inspection, the prisoner's mother has to wait in an adjacent room. That's because she's the one who put the forbidden items in the package.
This goes back. If we really had something against him personally, we'd be even tougher on him. All we're doing is we're doing our jobs. We're doing what we have to do.
You're always putting him at a disadvantage.
According to your list, you assured us that you would take the china and cutlery back, but you did not do so. I'm reminding you again that you are in violation of prison rules.
Today, Gevog's family gets off with a warning.
I can't say that families are just naive and don't know what is allowed and what is not allowed into the prison. They take advantage of the situation that there aren't enough guards to carry out these checks on a consistent basis. The three of us who are on duty now have to check a total of 700 inmates. There's no way we can do that. And the families know that we're understaffed. So they take their chances and hope they can manage to sneak something into the prison.
It's a dilemma. The state will not spend more money on its prisoners, and there aren't enough guards to control the situation. Gevog has been in prison for 1 year.
Prison management only makes sure that it's warm here in the winter. For everything else, you're on your own. You have to bring your own fan and refrigerator. If you don't have any family to help you out, it's difficult to get through the month here.
Gevorg is in prison for the third time, on multiple burglary and theft convictions. He just can't seem to stop.
It's hard to explain. Imagine that you're sitting at a table totally overflowing with food. Of course, at some point, you're going to get hungry. Maybe you can keep away from the food for 24 hours or so, but at some point, you're going to want to take some.
Gevorg Abagyan is looking at 3 more years behind bars. Because he's always making trouble, he doesn't stand a chance of early release.
They found a cell phone on me. That's why I lost my job here at the prison. But I'm not giving up my phone just to try to get out earlier. No way. I'm just going to get another one. They're not going to release me any earlier no matter what I do. So I don't care.
Gevorg's stubbornness brings him into repeated conflict with the guards. The next confrontation is already brewing. Aram found him in possession of a knife, and it wasn't the first time.
How else am I supposed to do it? My parents also send me groceries like salad. How am I supposed to cut it without a knife?
You get your food in the prison. You don't have to cook, so you don't need a knife.
We're only talking about salad.
In Block 4, Gevorg is by now considered to be a real troublemaker. The other inmates don't like it. After his quarrel with a guard, some prisoners take him aside and have a talk with him. They're worried that they will also be more strictly controlled if he keeps causing trouble. Even if such conflicts are commonplace, Arman does not simply take them in stride.
These situations stress me out so much that I go home and yell at my wife for no reason. She'd be like, "Why are you yelling at me?" And I yell back, "I'm not yelling." It's absurd.
In Armenia, family plays a vital role. There is a long tradition of relatives taking care of the prisoners. Every day at the Armavir penitentiary, bags and packages pile up in the holding area. Each prisoner may have up to 70 kilos delivered per month. The relatives often come by in person. Today, Ariana Nahapetsyan has brought food for her brother-in-law.
Today, I brought pilaf, chicken, salad, bread, juice, cigarettes, sugar, tea, and coffee. Everything he asked for. My brother-in-law is used to home cooking, so we bring him things from the region where we live. This tastes much better than the prison slop, and the quality is a lot better, of course.
Twice a month, Ariana's family brings food worth 200 euros. That's equivalent to the average monthly wage in Armenia.
The food helps my brother-in-law and the other prisoners not to feel so alone while they're locked up in here. They realize we are thinking of them at home while we are cooking them dinner.
The deliveries are a way for Ariana's sister's husband to stay in touch with his family. Meanwhile, there's a lot of activity in the canteen kitchen. This is where the normal food is prepared. At Armavir, the prisoners cook for themselves. Even the head chef is an inmate.
Today, we're having bean soup with potatoes, with a side of rice.
The food in Armavir is strictly rationed. Each inmate gets 500 grams of main course and 200 grams of side dish per day. The inmates eat in their cells.
You want some?
What is it? Rice? I'll have some.
Many prisoners completely refuse to eat the bad prison food and try to survive only on what they can get themselves. For this reason, food inspection continues in full swing. Packages brought in by family members carry a significant security risk. Relatives often take advantage of the opportunity to smuggle contraband. Every day, Aman and his colleague Gevorg have to inspect an average of 500 kilograms worth of goods. They are mainly checking for alcohol and drugs that may be hidden in the food.
Sometimes we discover drugs that have been mixed into the food, but that usually reduces their effect. So they prefer to hide it well camouflaged, somewhere in the package.
An X-ray scanner helps the guards in their search.
Okay, now that looks suspicious. You can tell by the color. But it could also just be salt and pepper. Was I right? The color is gone. It's all good.
The deliveries are clean today, but smuggling remains a major problem for the prison. Besides drugs, cell phones are also a coveted commodity. The guards regularly seize dozens of them. Homemade weapons and tools are also popular with the prisoners.
This thing here was most certainly used as a lockpick.
This tool here was used by an inmate to scratch holes into the wall. That's where they hide the contraband, like smartphones, for example.
Prisoners and their families get very creative when it comes to smuggling.
We've had cases where we found drugs in melons or cell phones in cakes. And sad as it is, a few of our colleagues here are willing to smuggle in all kinds of things for money. It's one of our great weaknesses here, because it's very difficult to control.
And there is yet another weak point in the Armenian prison system. In the chaotic years following the collapse of the Soviet Union, several prisoners were sentenced to death. Later, their sentences were converted to life in prison. Whether or not they'll ever be free again is anyone's guess. In some instances, the records of the case no longer exist. It's a hopeless situation that often precipitates desperate acts. Escape attempts are therefore not uncommon. To get a handle on this problem, Commander Harutsian has put together a special team of investigators.
This bulletin board shows everyone serving a life sentence in Armavir. That's the group most likely to think about breaking out. Here on the blue bulletin board are all the inmates we've been warned about. Internal sources have told us that they have tried to break out before or are planning to. I have to admit that some of them are really smart about it. Like these two here, who were the last to make an attempt.
It was a spectacular escape attempt, and one that happened on Arman's and Aram's watch. The cell is now a lesson for the guards to better recognize signals in the future.
This is where two prisoners recently tried to break out. The investigation is currently underway, and we're trying to solve the mystery of how they managed to soar through the bars without anyone noticing.
What remains is an embarrassing memorial. The tools and other materials used for the escape attempt. Arman is still scratching his head.
Unfortunately, we have to admit that we simply didn't notice anything. They both behaved totally inconspicuously. We wouldn't have noticed anything until the end if we hadn't received a tip from an informant.
The almost escapees have been in solitary confinement ever since. Arsène is an inmate who also hangs on the pin board of potential escapees. That's because he's one of the lifers in Armavir. He's already spent half his life in prison.
The 4 square meters for each offender, you cannot say that it's sufficient space, because the life is here, only in this square. We are allowed for now to stay 2 people in the same room, not 4. If ever 4 people are here, we cannot study, for example.
As a member of a left-wing extremist terrorist group, Arsène was sentenced to death in 1996 for instigating a double murder. The sentences were converted to life in prison in 2003.
The first 7 years was a death sentence. We were death row. So half of us have died in the prison because the conditions were, I don't want to talk about it. We tried to change ourselves, our mentality and how we see the world and life. So we have decided to give a meaning to our life inside the prison.
Arsène began to study psychology. He's the first Armenian prisoner to earn a university degree. Now he's working on his doctoral thesis on prison psychology. His own experiences as a lifer are quite useful. He is acutely aware of the hierarchies and structures in Armavir.
Controlling a prison is very easy for the because the authority of prisons is corrupted. If you are an offender and you want to change, be a better person, you must decide to be better than the policeman who is controlling you. So this decision is very, very difficult to take. Being better than the normal of Armenia, that kind of a correction is unthinkable.
According to the Corruption Index of Transparency International, Armenia ranks 107th, along with Ethiopia, Macedonia, and Vietnam. But there are also plenty of secret dealings going on at Armavir Penitentiary. But Arsène is still trying to use legal channels to petition the court for a pardon. Corruption is not the only problem, though. Like all prisons in the country, Armavir Penitentiary is fighting the problem of drug addiction. Heroin and crack are particularly widespread throughout the country, and many of the inmates are addicted when they get to prison. Prison authorities suspect that the thieves-in-law from Block 6 are trying to keep them that way. Since the understaffed guards cannot eliminate the problem of smuggling, they try to get the prisoners clean by means of a methadone program. Timur from Georgia is among those in the program.
I'm not strong enough to stop using drugs by myself. But the methadone helps to control my addiction.
The substitute drug begins to take effect 30 minutes after it is ingested. It lasts for about 4 hours. This way, the facility attempts to keep its drug-addicted inmates happy.
I'm sure if we suddenly stopped giving out methadone, there'd be riots immediately.
The program is also designed to curb the level of criminality in the prison.
The point of this replacement program is making sure we addicts no longer have to worry so much about where we can best get the drugs.
Here too, those responsible are counting on de-escalation. In Block 6, the prisoners are responsible for their own well-being. Here, the Armenian mafia lives by its own rules.
There are absolutely no problems in here. The people here are cool, completely normal. The prisoners are at harmony with each other. That's our Armenian mentality. We are authentic. It's not like in African or American prisons. We aren't brutal thugs. We are here in Armenia. We use our heads. We are always polite. We say, good morning, bon appetit, hello, how are you?
Mafia law forbids divulging information about internal affairs. Toward the outside world, everything is always relaxed. Before going to prison, Amar Wadanyan was a professional boxer. The sport brought him all the way to France.
I have a lion tattoo and a fish tattoo here. Gangster and Jesus. That's just my style.
He won't say just what it was that got him off track. He still has 6 years to serve for attempted murder. For him, it was clear that only Block 6 would do.
This is my family here. My real family. It's like your family at home. The only difference is that we're trapped here.
Many of the inmates in Block 6 have a hard time even imagining life outside the prison walls. But the ex-boxer Amar, who still has a few more years of prison ahead of him, has concrete ideas about what his time after Armavir could look like.
This here is our home. Our Armenian home. I'd like to go back into professional boxing when I get out of here. I'm 35 years old. There's no professional boxing in Armenia. That's why I want to box in America or Europe.
It is this hope that keeps Amar upstanding while in prison. In Block 4, Commander Harutsunan and the guard Aman have an appointment with Gevok, the rebellious prisoner. The interview and the argument with the guard made quite a stir. Gevok fears that his fellow prisoners will take revenge on him, which is why he asked for a solitary cell.
Can you please leave? We need the room. If a prisoner asks to be transferred to another cell or another prison, we must first understand exactly what the problem is. Only after an interview do we decide whether we will grant the application. Hello, how are you doing?
All right.
Sit down. Why are you afraid and want to change cells?
I broke the rules. I talk too much to the prison officials. That's against the code.
Did you talk about specific people? Did you mention names?
I may have talked too much about the situation here and other things.
I understand.
Has the mafia gained influence over Block 4? There isn't usually any talk of a code.
There are no mafia members in your block, and there's no criminal code in force here. I really don't think the thieves in law control your block. Therefore, I see no reason why I should grant your request. Gevorg, I guarantee that I will make sure you are safe. I assure you, we have everything under control. We will talk to the other prisoners and help you work out the problem, but you need to return to your cell.
I don't know what you mean. I don't feel comfortable.
Think about it. I'll do everything in my power to keep you safe. Take care of yourself. You can go now.
Okay, thank you.
Gevorg Avagnan can only hope that Commander Harutsyanan is right, and that his block is still free of the influence of organized criminals. Otherwise, he faces some uncertain times. The sisters Ariana and Marina Nahopetsian are also aware of the violence that exists among the prisoners. Because they are worried about their imprisoned family member, they visit him twice a month. It's a burden for all involved.
We have to wait here for up to 8 hours. It's even worse on holidays. On days like these, we almost regret coming here. We've been here since 8 a.m. and have to wait until 4 or 5 in the afternoon. And we have the children with us. How are we supposed to be able to be on our feet here for all that time?
This also applies to her brother-in-law's case. He's in custody for drug possession, but nobody knows when the trial will start. Until then, he'll stay in prison. Only the prospect of seeing her husband and the family of her children gives Marina, Ariana's sister, and her family the wherewithal to wait. Finally, the time has come.
We're allowed to come here twice a month. Once you've survived the waiting, everything is fine again. Then we can decide how much time we want to spend with my husband. Even if it's exhausting every time, it's always worth it.
Marina and her children have come to know exactly how each visit will unfold. It's a very short, happy ending. In just a few hours, the visit will be over. Then, the waiting starts all over again. One of the other prisoners in Armavir Penitentiary is still hoping for his own happy ending. Arsène Astroni has been in prison for over 20 years. His daily walks in the yard and conversations with his cellmates were not a matter of course during his first years there.
For 3 or 4 hours every day, they allow us to get out. 8 years, I was only in a single cell. Never came out and to have a recreation and see the sky, even through the bars. Now, this sky is a very beautiful sky.
He is comforted by his only friend, Asher Monokyan. As a 19-year-old conscript, he shot 2 companions during a fight. In prison, the two started out as cell neighbors.
He asked me to teach him English, but we were in separate rooms then, in 2000. So I started teaching him using this small paper that you throw or hang, and he replied by doing his homework. For 2 years, for 2 or 3 years, we corresponded between rooms, teaching English and learning English with small papers of cigarettes. So that changed him, I think. It changed me too, because I showed that I can help.
Even if Arsène Astroni seems to have been completely rehabilitated, his chances of ever living in freedom again are quite low. The murders he committed as a left-wing extremist in the 1990s are too serious. Gevorg Avagnan has dared to return to his old cell. He doesn't think he'll ever get back on the right track.
The chances of me ending up in jail again are about 50-50. The fact is, when I get out of here and look for a job, the employer will want to see my criminal record. So then everyone will know about my past, which is why I barely have a chance at honest work.
Boxer and mafia member Amar Wadanyan has his own opinion of prison structures.
Prison doesn't change people. A good person is still a good person, even if he doesn't get out for 10 years. You're the same person when you get out.
Arsène wants to continue to fight for his release in court.
I myself, as an individual, I don't believe in chance. I think that every decision that you make will lead you towards your destiny.
Marina Nahopetyan and her family hope that they will soon know when their husband and brother-in-law will finally be allowed to leave one of the country's toughest prisons. Until then, they will continue to visit him as often as possible. For the guards Arman Beglayan and Aram Hovanesyan, 6 p.m. is finally quitting time. They leave the prison walls behind them until the next shift change, physically at least.
We have to solve many problems all over the place throughout the entire day and do our work as well as we can. It's really not always that easy.
I'm very glad nothing bad happened today. But right now, I'm feeling totally exhausted. What I'd really like to be able to do is to leave my exhaustion behind. To leave it behind these prison walls. I'd love to go home to my family feeling fresh and not bring all these negative emotions with me.
The stress for both of them won't stop that soon. Not as long as the Armavir Penitentiary hasn't won the struggle against the influence of the thieves in law. An unfathomable world. A world we know exists, but nobody wants to get to know.
The men incarcerated here are extremely dangerous.
That was our job, chopping up heads and everything.
Total anarchy.
Another inmate attacked me. He stabbed my eye.
The more corrupt, the better for me.
Behind bars is a struggle just to survive.
I don't hurt anybody else. I just hurt myself.
And only the strongest will survive.
I keep on fighting to get out of here for them.
Their lives are always in somebody else's hands.
Pretty much caged animals. They'll lock you up and throw away the key.
Behind bars. In the toughest prisons in the world. Tijuana, Mexico, just over the US border. Every day, thousands of people make their way over to the other side. Amongst them, illegal immigrants, hard-partying tourists from the US, and traffickers. This strip of border is under close surveillance. Weapons go to Mexico, drugs to the US. A battle that rages on with no end in sight, regardless of how tall the fence is. Thousands of people have already paid with their lives. All these factors make Tijuana one of the most extreme cities in the world. Poverty, slums, and drug abuse on one side. And on the other, Mexico's biggest den of prostitution and excess. It's a place where the parties get wilder and wilder and never seem to stop. And yet, anyone who commits a crime in Tijuana will soon find themselves here. La Mesa, a prison that strikes more than fear into Mexicans.
Everything's dirty. Just sitting on the toilet is horrendous.
And one where Americans feel like scum.
I'm a United States Marine. Over there, I'm a hero. Over here, I'm a villain.
A self-contained empire governed by one man who rules with an iron fist.
I am very proud. This prison used to be notorious.
A jail that houses cold-blooded killers.
I killed multiple police officers, including a high-ranking commander. It was obvious that they would have it in for me.
Fighting back leads to harsh punishments.
They just leave us to rot away in here and lock the doors.
The inmates, known for having short fuses. La Mesa's history is peppered with riots and rebellions, and a high death toll. The next rebellion is a constant threat. Keeping things under control is a potentially deadly battle in one of the toughest prisons in the world. "6:30 in the morning. A new shift is about to start at one of Mexico's most notorious prisons, located in the heart of downtown Tijuana. Commanding Officer Mario Antonio Mesa Flores arrives. He's responsible for security inside the jail, and he's constantly in danger. Apart from the Mexican police and justice, Tijuana is governed by one thing above anything else: drug cartels. The morning security routine. Regardless of whether you're a guard or the commander-in-chief, everyone has to undergo the checks. Metal detector, security scan, and a physical search. There's no getting out of it. Drugs, weapons, and even cigarettes are all banned from La Mesa. At 7, the guards start to get ready for duty. Their job, to keep the 3,000 or so inmates under control. This involves patrolling the prison and raiding cells. Block by block, the commander's troops tear the cells apart in a never-ending cycle.
We're mainly looking for weapons and substances like drugs and tobacco.
First things first, the morning briefing. The guards are equipped with handcuffs, batons, and tear gas.
Ramirez. Medina Curiel. Presenta, señor. Medina Valenzuela. Presenta, señor. Torres Esparza. Presente. Tapia Cano. Presente. Dale vuelta. Ya.
Their destination, the cell blocks. La Mesa separates its prisoners according to crime, risk profile, age, and gender. Building 1 is home to drug traffickers, thieves, and those convicted of violent crimes. In Section 2, there are kidnappers and murderers with a low-risk profile. 3 and 4 house small-scale criminals, prison workers, and the elderly. Locked away in Section 5, sex offenders and the sick, ranging from diabetes to HIV. They all share a central area. Block number 6 is completely cut off from the rest of the prison. This wing is home to the toughest of all the inmates, cartel killers and serial murderers. And then there's a whole separate block for women. Commander Flores starts his inspection in block number 1. Every day, up to 20 new prisoners wind up here. Flores' goal is to determine what the mood is like here. Are the inmates acting up at the moment? Are there any gangs forming inside the cells? And where should he start the next raid? For committing crimes like theft, mugging, possession of a weapon, and drug trafficking, each cell in Block 1 at La Mesa holds an average of 8 to 10 criminals. They share an area of just 4 by 4.5 meters. Inmates have few belongings. Mainly a few pieces of clothing, towels, and small souvenirs from the world outside, all stripped back to the bare essentials. One of the inmates, Abraham Chavez Orozco. At the age of 22, he is one of the youngest in La Mesa. Arrested at the airport for drug trafficking, he was sentenced to 5 years. He's already done 3. That means 3 years of sleeping, showering, going to the toilet, without a single ounce of privacy.
Everything is dirty. Just sitting on the toilet is horrendous. I've had a foot infection in the past. The food is bad and unhygienic. And it's freaking hot.
Abraham's family have long been trying to get him relocated to another prison, though to no avail so far. But he's still hopeful. Many other inmates have lost all sense of hope, particularly the prison's American residents, such as Taylor Elliott Howard. After all, U.S. citizens have to remember that getting in trouble with the law in Tijuana, just a stone's throw from home, will land them here. Taylor shares his cell with 6 other Americans. They're kept separate. The risk of altercations with other inmates is too high.
I was being accused of stealing a car, armed robbery of a car. So he said I had 2 guns, a AR-15 and a 9mm. So he gave me 9 years for that.
9 years in La Mesa, penned up in one of the toughest prisons in the world.
This is my bed, this is where I sleep, right here. This is where Sean sleeps. This is Troy right here. Over here on the top, we got Brandon, we got Dakota, we got Ty, and Mike sleeps right here. We go over to the bathroom, right here. The sink where we wash our hands. The toilet over here. Right now, as you can see, the water is off. It comes on only for like a few hours a day.
The misuse here is terrible. The living conditions here is terrible. I'm a combat veteran. I'm a United States Marine. I've served in the Iraqi war. I'm decorated. Over there, I'm a hero. Over here, I'm a villain. I can't even make a phone call to my family to let them know where I'm at.
But the worst thing isn't the cell itself. Even worse is the fact that the inmates are almost never allowed out.
We only get 2 hours of sun a week. If that, sometimes they cut it short. Or sometimes somebody would do something stupid on the yard and get the yard messed up for the rest of us. So we'll get like half an hour or an hour if somebody messes up. Other than that, we're stuck in here 24 hours a day, 6 days a week.
In La Mesa, exercise and fresh air are a luxury. Regardless of whether you're a car thief, drug dealer, child abuser, or cartel killer, the only glimpse any of them get of the sun tends to be through bars. They spend almost their entire sentence in their cells. This means 2 square meters for each inmate, some for just a few years, others for the rest of their lives. No doubt about it. Locked away on an almost permanent basis without any privacy, in a prison with an ironclad set of rules, rules laid out by one man. He has had the first and last word on what goes on at La Mesa since 2014. Director Cesar Daniel Ramirez Acevedo.
Mr. Director, sir, I'm reporting for duty. There are just a few small abnormalities. Everything is in order.
Okay, that's good to know.
Every day, Acevedo checks whether his prison is still under control and tries to isolate problem cases as early as possible. Before La Mesa, Acevedo had already held the post of director at 5 other Mexican prisons. Now, he's in the heart of Tijuana, a city where drug cartels battle it out for total domination, and where 85% of all murders are related to narcotics. Acevedo rules with the principle of 100% control. No matter what's going on in his jail, Director Acevedo knows about it. The first inmates are allowed outside early in the morning, a moment that puts all of the wardens on high alert. After all, the chance of an attack on the guards, perhaps using a homemade weapon, is never higher than at this moment. The routine is always the same. Between Monday and Thursday, the guards open up very specific cells on a certain floor of a specific building. The same cells at the same time every week, and only one at a time. The next group cannot be released until all of the inmates are in the stairway. This is how the guards keep the upper hand. For most inmates, the precise moment offers them the only 2 hours of direct sunlight they get each week. The prisoners are separated over 3 different courtyards. Thanks to all these measures, inmates can only ever come into contact with just a few dozen others during their time in prison, regardless of how long they may have been in there. This is how La Mesa's director, Acevedo, keeps the risk of illegal trading, fights, and weapon or drug dealing to a minimum.
Nowadays, we have a huge number of rules to increase security. They enable us to keep perfect control. These rules didn't exist in the past. We had a lot more yard time, but without the proper supervision. Back then, a different government was ruling Mexico, and we had a lot more problems with gang warfare.
At La Mesa, the guards have lost their fight against the inmates on more than one occasion, with fatal consequences. It happened in 2008. 2 riots occurred within the space of 1 month. The first riot saw 4 inmates lose their lives. To punish the prisoners, water and food were rationed. This then led to a second rebellion and days of fighting. The prisoners' families started to get desperate. Eventually, the police stormed the prison, and the outcome? 12 severely injured and 21 dead. These days, the external security team at La Mesa makes sure even if another riot does occur, nobody manages to escape. Guards protect the outer wall in the center of a Mexican city that is home to millions. An additional safety measure? Highly trained attack dogs in no man's land. Should worse come to worse, the guards are equipped with both firearms and grenades. What's more, La Mesa places its most dangerous inmates in strict isolation, in their own separate block. Commander Flores continues his hunt for rioters in Section 6. This part of the prison operates on a more or less standalone basis. About 450 prisoners are housed in this section alone. The difference? They are all ringleaders, and they work in organized cartel structures. Their risk potential, extremely high.
How's it going? Everything okay? Yes, all good so far.
Francisco Javier Villapadilla, one of the most notorious cartel killers around, sentenced for killing a police officer. Other cases will follow.
I killed multiple police officers, including a high-ranking commander. It was obvious. that they would have it in for me.
He was caught just a few days later, along with 3 other gang members. When he was arrested, police officers recovered 5 weapons, 174 rounds of ammunition, and 51 bags of crystal meth, among other things.
I used to have an amazing life with my family, my kids, my wife, a girlfriend, and I had plenty of money. Things were good. I didn't know what it was like to go hungry, as I could always afford to buy everything. Here in prison, you don't tend to get enough, and it's usually awful.
Catering in La Mesa is dealt with by staff and the 100 or so inmates with short sentences and a low risk profile. They are the few permitted to leave their cell for an extended period outside of yard and visiting time. This scheme even allows inmates to reduce their sentence. 2 days of work takes 1 day off their time in prison. Maximum security also applies when the food is delivered. Every day, the guards check the food and staff for smuggled goods. The prisoners prepare a good 3,000 meals, 3 times a day. They also distribute the 20 or so liters of water per cell. There is no canteen. Food is delivered straight to the cells by the prisoners themselves. This is yet another measure that keeps contact between guards and those inside the cells to an absolute minimum. The main aim is to keep them in there as long as possible. Strictly isolated from any form of contact. This is a problem that the American inmates in Block 1 are also all too familiar with. Even if they do manage to come face to face with a guard, almost no one in the prison speaks English. They can do nothing but wait.
Pretty much what they try to do here is they'll lock you up and throw away the key. Most of us don't speak Spanish.
They don't understand any English. They don't try to have any interpreters or anything like that. So as far as us, we're in trouble. There's no help out there, really.
Almost no communication, and only the bare essentials needed to survive. However, even that isn't the American inmate's biggest fear.
Since I've been here, from the conditions or the medical conditions here, there's been 9 people on this tier who have just died from being sick and stuff like that. That's not including the whole jail, just the people on this tier, on this floor right here, from the living conditions, from getting sick and not getting medical attention.
Taylor hopes to survive his time in La Mesa unscathed, one of the world's toughest prisons. He is putting his trust mainly in God. Night falls over Tijuana. While the Mexican city begins to buzz with a mix of cartel wars, drug traffickers, and American tourists looking to party, nighttime means one thing for the prisoners in La Mesa: TV, electricity, and lights off.
Turn the lights and the TV off. Time to sleep.
The next morning, it's the weekend, visiting time. Around 500 relatives flock to the prison. Only those related by blood are permitted entry. They bring clothes, hygiene products, and money to pay in for the inmates. Like Abraham's mother, Erica, she lives a few hours away. She only manages to visit her son every few weeks or so. She knows that a visit from his family is one of the very few chances her son gets to leave his cell outside of yard time. Erica has been trying to get her son relocated for a long time, to a prison where the conditions are a little less tough, closer to his family.
I want my son to get out more yard time, more activities he can get involved in. At the moment, he's cooped up with the other inmates way too much. We're waiting for the process to get underway. It started a while back, and now we need to be patient and wait for things to move forward.
Neither of the pair know if and when her application will be approved. Until then, all they can do is keep persevering. Not long later, and visiting hours are already over. Under Director Acevedo's rules, they are restricted to just a few hours. Security comes first for him. Relatives repeatedly try to smuggle drugs, tobacco, or even just pens into the prison.
When I think about where I work, the first thing that comes to mind is that it's a huge challenge. It's definitely very challenging.
Absolute control. Tiny cells. Constant vigilance. All tools that the prison director uses to attempt one thing above all else: preventing another riot. And although the prisoners aren't allowed out of their cells, they still train every day, particularly the inmates in high-security Block 6, seemingly ready for battle. To do this, they go as far as creating a clear cell schedule. 2 inmates at a time are allowed to use the few spare square meters to keep fit, until the next time they are let out. And the prisoners here are subjected to even tougher conditions than the others. Apart from opening cell after cell, this means one thing above all else: more guards, and a physical search of every single inmate to avoid smuggled weapons, and at all costs, stabbings, gang warfare, and death. After all, inmates from the various drug cartels come into direct contact with one another in the yard. They only see each other for 2 hours a week, and yet, if they were out on the streets, there's no doubt they would be trying to kill each other. Even the guards don't enter the yard in Section 6. For the inmates, their 2 hours in the yard means mainly one thing: their only chance to contact the outside world. This wasn't always the case. Up until 2002, La Mesa was a completely different prison, one with hardly any guards, one where any inmate inside its walls could do whatever he wanted. It was known as El Pueblito, the little village, a prison town with its own rules and laws. Back then, La Mesa was ruled by the country's most notorious drug barons.
We used to have everything: shops, restaurants, etc. But there was also a huge difference between those who had money and those who didn't. I did well. I worked as a bodyguard for an important inmate. Even though I was constantly on the lookout for people breathing down my neck, I was all right.
And that is from a time that now only the oldest inmates are able to remember. Like one particular inmate in Section 7, the women's block. Dolores Sanchez has been here since 1999. Her sentence, 34 years for kidnapping.
We used to be able to just open our cells and go wherever we wanted. We were free. However, other things are better nowadays. There are no drugs, no alcohol, and no corruption anymore. So it's safer and more structured now.
These days, Dolores acts as a nurse and is permitted to issue medicines like insulin and antidepressants to those suffering in the women's block. And this gives her just that little bit more freedom than most of the other inmates. However, Dolores still remembers when she led a completely different life behind bars, one with an income, along with fast food restaurants, laundrettes, and nightclubs, but also a whole lot of drug dealing and violence. After being built in 1956, it took the government until 2002 to raze the old La Mesa to the ground. The prison was then restructured. Even now, Dolores isn't sure which of these two worlds is better and which one is tougher.
In those days, there were no rules. No one said you can't assault anyone, you can't take drugs or alcohol, you can't prostitute yourself, or anything like that. The prison management only cared about making sure no one escaped. That was it. We used to have computers, we had restaurants, we all had good money. Now, there is none of that. No cash.
These days, La Mesa at least has shops. The prison sells instant soups, snacks, and soft drinks in each of the 5 yards. They also sell really basic items, like toilet paper, things prisoners need to buy themselves, and luxury goods such as hair dye. The sales clerks are inmates, like Jose Varos Guerrero, sentenced to almost 7 years for possession of a weapon. Inmates pay using their fingerprints. Everything is completely electronic. The prison is a kind of bank. This enables it to control who owns what, and it can even freeze your account.
Then you can only buy the essentials. No cookies, for instance. Nothing special. What's sanctioned?
Always in high demand, fresh food for the more affluent inmates, prepared in the men's prison kitchen. And during delivery, an important rule applies: strict separation of the sexes. Men and women are banned from any contact in La Mesa. The workers hold full responsibility for the quality and quantity.
I'm making sure the quality is okay and checking if there's the right number of sandwiches.
Should any of the items go missing, Jose risks facing the worst punishment of them all: banishment to a place where no one in the whole of La Mesa wants to end up.
The punishment would be the isolation cell. They would cut your yard time, and you wouldn't be able to call your family anymore.
And a stay in isolation means a whole lot more than just solitary confinement in La Mesa. It's a punishment that all inmates fear. While on the hunt for the next riot, Commander Flores arrives at a place that not even the guards like to visit. One of the prison's isolation cells. Fighting, weapons, drugs. Anyone who breaks the prison's rules winds up here. And that means even less sunlight, no electricity, locked away. Inmates vegetate in isolation for days on end. The cells are dominated by sweat, stagnant air, and an ever-increasing amount of mold on the walls. Inmates here even have to go without toilet paper. They can't be sure when they'll be allowed out.
The overall situation here is just a huge problem. It's unbelievably hot. All you can do is sit or stand up for a short amount of time. We're in total isolation, without any air supply, apart from one small fan. They just leave us to rot away in here and shut the doors. The other problem is the water. There isn't running water from the tap every day. Today there is, but it's not always the case. There isn't enough to drink.
Locked away for weeks and months. All the inmates can do is vegetate here. Everyone in the isolation cell comes from Block 6, the block for cartel killers and serial murderers. And most of them are new arrivals. Director Acevedo is here to check the risk status. After all, each one of these cells is home to half a dozen alpha males or more. Rivalries and fights to become top dog can spring up at any time. And this is exactly what the criminals have been learning to deal with on the streets of Tijuana for years.
Tijuana is a city where a lot happens. It's also the city with the highest number of border crossings in the world. And because of that, there's a lot of crime and kidnapping here. All problems that we need to sort out. What goes on outside the prison is exactly the same as what goes on inside the prison. It's just a mirror for the city.
Outside, gang members fight each other. Inside, they have to live with their enemies. Just like cartel hitman Francisco. He shares a cell with members of other gangs. He has gradually learned to accept this fact, and he's not sure if he ever wants to return to his old life. Be it then or now, he has come to realize that he has spent a lot longer living an unfree life than the 7 years he has spent in La Mesa.
I was always in danger. Therefore, I wasn't free on the outside either. It was also like living in a kind of prison.
Francisco's biggest worry? He hasn't heard anything from his family for a long time. The only person to sometimes visit him is his mother. Francisco believes that his kids are now criminals too, though he doesn't know for sure.
I'm always thinking about my kids, my sons. I look at this photo every morning.
While all Francisco has left is his photo, Abraham in cell block 1 is hanging on to one thing above all else: hope. Finally being free. The 22-year-old is waiting for news from his mother about his upcoming move to a different, more lenient prison. The American, Taylor, lost all feeling of hope a long time ago. He hasn't spoken to his family for months. That's because inmates wanting to make a phone call need the thing you need for everything else here: money.
It sucks. It sucks. Everybody that I talk to that's here, that's been in jail in the States, say that compared to this, that America is like a hotel. The jails over there like a hotel. We used to have, for those phones over there, they used to give us collect calls where we could call to the States for free to talk to our families. But now they got rid of the collect calls, so now you have to buy phone cards to be able to make the calls. And like me, like only one person in my cell gets money. Everybody else, we don't have family here. We don't get money, so we can't even talk to our family. And because I don't get a deposit, most of the stuff, most of the wallets and bracelets that I make and sell, I sell for hygiene stuff. Toothpaste, toothbrush, soap, stuff like that, toilet paper. Because they don't supply none of that here.
Money in La Mesa is essential to survive. There's not any good news for Abraham, no updates about his release. He uses his remaining few minutes for a couple more calls with his brothers and sisters.
These calls are important to me. There are some family members and friends who I haven't seen for 3 years. Like my sisters, for example. They're growing up. That's why I talk to them to see how things are going with them. They need to know that I'm still their brother and I'm looking out for them.
So now all the 22-year-old can do is wait another week until the Mexican justice system decides to grant him more freedom. Or not. Taylor is enjoying the last few rays of sunshine with his friends from the US and just keeps on holding out.
Nine years in this place? Bad. Really, really bad. I don't even know. I don't know how I feel. As of right now, I'm just kind of going with the flow. Like, you know, another day down, another day down. A few more to go, another day down. Just going with it, you know. I'm not trying to think about it too much. You don't want to stress on the situation. Just go with it, and hopefully it gets up, you know. Just go with it.
Taylor hopes that he might still get out early for good behavior, or on early release. Free time is over after 2 hours. It's time for everyone to return to their cells. The fate awaiting most of the inmates, nearly another 7 days behind bars. To begin with, all the inmates from one cell line up behind one another. Then they leave the yard together, keeping their distance from the next group. Yard by yard. It's a method with a system behind it.
We do it so that the first group finish up their yard time first and come inside. The others have to wait. Some inmates have to be kept apart at all costs. They belong to different gangs.
From serial killer Francisco and drug trafficker Abraham to car thief Taylor. Almost all of the 3,000 inmates eventually end up behind bars again. For Commander Mario Flores, it is the perfect time to start his raid. He suspects a certain cell of having homemade weapons.
We're now going into cell 1111. One of you guys stays here. The rest will come along and keep the inmates under control.
The guards are mainly on the lookout for homemade knives, made out of toothbrushes, wires, and bits of metal. Anything the inmates could use to fight each other or attack the guards.
Get down off the beds. On the floor. Everyone on the floor. Everyone down. On the floor, over to the side.
Everyone face the wall.
On the floor, face to the wall. On the floor.
Then Commander Flores' men scour the selected cell. First, the guards lead the inmates out and subject them to a thorough search. Then the troop take apart every last centimeter of the 18 square meter cell. Mattresses, shoes, magazines, and much more.
Do you have the fan? We need to open the fan.
So far, all they have are some homemade weights. Probably harmless. But when it comes to a fight, they could be a deadly weapon. Now, time for the fan.
We found this. It's a heater. We found it inside the fan. It's homemade. Maybe it's not dangerous, but whatever. Things like this are banned in prison. We usually find this type of thing, like this thing here. The prisoners made this out of a toothbrush and a piece of metal.
The outcome of the raid? One pen, plus a small knife, and a heater for getting hot water in the cell. Both are homemade from bits of metal. A toothbrush or some wires from an old fan. It's all reasonably harmless.
¿Conformes? Vamos. Bueno, acomodar sus cosas.
The punishment for this cell's inhabitants will be decided by the prison commission over the next few days. The prisoners are likely to only get a warning, or to have their TV or yard time taken away. In the worst-case scenario, they could also end up in isolation. Yet another day is coming to an end at La Mesa. Another day that 22-year-old convicted drug smuggler Abraham spent hoping that he will soon be out of here.
I hope to either be relocated or maybe even released sometime soon. I've noticed that people who've already been here for 3 years behave differently. They're angrier, more impatient. They're in a bad mood all the time.
And the Americans are trying not to back down, particularly Taylor.
You don't want to let this place change you. You don't want to let it, because it's a shithole. Like, you don't want to let it change you. You got to keep yourself strong, and, you know, like, you know what I mean?
Cisse, convicted for possessing of a weapon, is due to be released in a few months, and she's already planning her life.
I want to start over and have a career as a real doctor. I just want to start over and never look back.
Dolores, on the other hand, has another 15 years left behind bars. She will be in her mid-50s by the time she gets out.
When I get out of here, I need to start with coming to grips with the new technology. And people have changed too. The whole of society is different.
And hitman Francisco isn't really sure if he ever really wants to be free again.
The other people I used to work with, they were all killed within 3 months of being released. They're all dead now.
Director Acevedo has managed to keep La Mesa under control for another day. A prison in the heart of Tijuana. For a long time, a prison ruled by pure anarchy, and a prison where many people lost their lives in riots. A prison with cast iron rules, minimal freedom, and maximum surveillance.
I'm very proud. This prison used to be notorious for its chaos. It was called the Little Village. and for good reason. It had all the qualities of a normal village, but it was not an effective prison. Now we have everything under control. There is security for the inmates and for us.
When it was known as the Little Village, the prisoners held the real power behind these walls, a place full of drugs, prostitutes, and violence. Director Acevedo is keen to make sure that nothing like this ever happens in La Mesa again, in one of the toughest prisons in the world. An unfathomable world, a world we know exists, but nobody wants to get to know.
The men incarcerated here are extremely dangerous.
Those are chopping up heads and everything.
Total anarchy.
Another inmate attacked me. He stabbed my eye.
The more corrupt, the better for me.
Behind bars is a struggle just to survive.
I don't hurt anybody else. I just hurt myself.
And only the strongest will survive.
I keep on fighting to get out of here for them.
Their lives are always in somebody else's hands.
Pretty much caged animals. They'll lock you up and throw away the key.
Behind bars. In the toughest prisons in the world. Kharkiv. Its 1.4 million inhabitants make it the second largest city in Ukraine. Once an important Soviet industrial center and armaments producer, Kharkiv is now a victim of the economic crisis. Everyday criminality has been growing due to poverty and lack of opportunity. Younger and younger people are turning to theft and drug dealing as the only way to earn money. The prisons, overcrowded, and the lack of economic opportunity is reflected in the recidivism rate. 70% of all released prisoners go back to jail at some point. Those sent to prison for the second or third time end up here. In Colony 100, Ukraine's answer to repeat offenders and dangerous, hardened criminals. Prisoners who live by their own rules.
If you don't act like yourself, they'll make you pay for it.
Total isolation for the worst criminals in the country. Serial murderers and child abusers, locked in a tiny cell for life. Many with no hope of ever being released. A prison full of inmates who have nothing left to lose.
My job is to keep them from killing themselves.
Caught in a system that knows no mercy, permits no misbehavior, strictly enforces the law, and comes down hard on anyone trying to escape. Welcome to Colony 100, the prison for hardened criminals. 6 a.m. Today, another transport brings 5 new inmates to the prison for hardened criminals. A 12-man committee of guards, doctors, and psychologists meets the prisoners.
Number 1. Number 2.
Men, first I'll explain the punishment for not following the rules.
Every new arrival goes through the same procedure.
Who are you?
I'm Alexander Alexandrovich. Born in 1975, I've done time in Colony 63 and most recently in Colony 309.
Okay. Take your things and go to the gate. Line up at each line you see on the ground.
Since they've all been to prison before, all 5 men know the rules that are in force in all Ukrainian prisons. Stand still at white lines, hands behind your back, and look at the ground. But they also know Colony 100 is different. It is the best known and most notorious of Ukraine's 170 detention centers. It is a legacy of the Soviet Union. Even now, the inmates repeat horror stories of torture and murder. 30 years after the fall of the Soviet Union, the prison does not look much different. The somber architecture, combined with barbed wire and high walls, still has a depressing impact on every visitor. Colony 100 is divided into 2 zones. The main part is for repeat offenders. Strict discipline and work in the prison's factories are meant to help these hardened criminals regain their freedom someday. The other part is a prison within the prison, the maximum security wing for those serving life sentences. It houses Ukraine's worst criminals. Like every morning, Sergei, a guard, reports for duty. According to Ukrainian law, the inmates of his wing will never pass through these doors again. In Ukraine, a life sentence really means for life. The prisoners in this building stay here until they die.
The people in my maximum security wing have been given the heaviest sentence possible. They are especially dangerous. They are guilty of truly awful crimes, like murder, rape, and child abuse. Take this man. He raped 2 small girls and then brutally murdered them. And this is Syrenka. He's serving a life sentence for a similar crime. He and his friends kidnapped 2 girls and raped them for 2 weeks. And this is Kazashenko's cell. He's in for killing 4 people. He was a fireman. He used his job to kill 4 people in cold blood. The men incarcerated here are extremely dangerous.
Ukraine does not reconsider cases after a minimum sentence has been served. The chance of parole, 0. 2 inmates once filed a petition to be transferred to another cell block. Both requests were rejected. No one locked away in this wing has ever left it alive. The prisoners live in 2- or 3-man cells with other murderers, locked up together in a space of just 12 square meters for the rest of their lives. The guards monitor the cells around the clock with cameras. They have to make sure that the inmates don't kill themselves. Several have tried. Thus, the signs on the door note level of aggressiveness and suicide attempts in addition to the inmates' names and personal details. Today, we'll meet the most dangerous of the prisoners. 6:15. In the normal wing of Colony 100, the main part, the new arrivals have to be processed. This includes a shower and a thorough medical examination, and above all, a search of their few belongings.
Time to check your things. The first 3, go to the table and empty your pockets. We'll search it all.
Drugs, knives, guns. There is nothing the guards at Colony 100 haven't found. And this despite the fact that the inmates here ought to know better.
It's nothing new for me. I'm used to it. But I'm curious what it will be like in this prison. I mean, I've got to live here 4 years and 1 month.
Alexander is still playing it cool.
Maybe I can get out early if I behave. I've got to try to get in with the guards.
Indeed, he only has a chance at early release if his guards are happy with him. But there's often no rhyme or reason to that, as we'll see. It's time for Mikhail Vuganov to begin his shift. Although he is surrounded by murderers and rapists, he and the other guards are unarmed. The danger of the inmates getting control of a gun is too great.
I have to cross the main yard to get to my sector. You can see everything from here. The maximum security wing is straight ahead. There to the left are the guards' offices. And the administrative wing is to the right, behind the high walls.
Mikhail begins his shift by waking the inmates of Sector 4, a wing for inmates who have committed mid-level crimes. A guard monitors this wing of the colony day and night. There is a huge fence, but otherwise, the prison looks like a normal apartment building at first sight. In contrast to the maximum security wing, the inmates here do not live behind bars. The door to the building even stands wide open. For this part of Colony 100 uses a different strategy, a much more insidious one.
Hi. Anything special?
No, all quiet last night.
The idea? Self-monitoring. The inmates have responsibilities and keep tabs on each other. If anyone steps out of line, the whole group is punished for it. A cruel system, and unforgiving of any mistakes made by the handful of hardened criminals detained here. 8 men share 16 square meters. They work, eat, sleep in one room. Whoever loses the group's respect has a hard time of it. Andrei Zaika knows this well. He's been in Sector 4 for 3 years.
We're not a family. We don't care for one another, like at home. You're always with your cellmates. Never alone. That's why I'm sometimes happy to get work here. It's almost like being in a factory on the outside. And you can tune out a bit during lunch. Otherwise, yeah, the worst is when I'm overcome by a yearning for freedom.
Walls painted purple, lace curtains. Sector 4 almost seems cozy. But appearances are deceiving. Inmates in this part of the colony also bear the full brunt of the Ukrainian justice system. Only here, it's not the criminals who have bars on their windows, but the guards.
Our cell blocks are secure. There's no hope of escape. Even if someone managed to get out of the block, he'd still be standing here in the middle of the prison. And then he'd have to get out on this side, right through the administrative building. But it's protected by bars and fences.
Colony 100 is one of Ukraine's most secure prisons. There are 3 administrative buildings and a cafeteria in the middle of the compound. A huge steel plant on the east side. And next to the maximum security wing is the main section, 9 cell blocks for normal inmates. Like in Sector 4, they live in individual apartment buildings surrounded by barbed wire and walls. If a prisoner tries to break out, he would still find himself right in the middle of the prison. The whole compound is surrounded by a wall with several layers of barbed wire. If a prisoner actually managed to get over or under it, he would still be in no man's land, a 10-meter wide zone with no way in or out. Armed guards posted in 6 towers monitor this narrow strip of land around the clock. In the case of an escape attempt, the guards are ordered to shoot. No one has ever managed to break out of Colony 100. And the prisoners know that something else is waiting for them on the other side of the walls, the most powerful weapon in the fight against escape attempts, the Special Canine Unit. Specially trained dogs with only one goal: to immediately take out prisoners in any conceivable situation.
Freeze!
Seven o'clock. The guards are still searching the new arrival's belongings. This is the 3rd time Alexander Alexandrovich has been sent to prison, this time for unauthorized possession of a firearm.
4 years. I don't understand why I've been sentenced to 4 years and 1 month. Why such a harsh sentence? Last time I only got 1 month for possession of drugs.
Alexander doesn't get it. But one thing is clear: the more often one is convicted of a crime in Ukraine, the harsher the sentence. And he neglects to mention an important point. Alexander was arrested with a loaded pistol in front of a supermarket. The medical examination is meant to answer 3 questions. What is the prisoner's general state of health? Does he have track marks from shooting heroin? And is he smuggling drugs in his bodily orifices? It is not rare for doctors to find drugs in the anus. 8:30. For the inmates of Sector 4, that means they can get some exercise in the yard. When the guard opens the gate to the yard, the inmates go back to monitoring themselves. They are supposed to go to the cafeteria, and no one watches the group on the way. One of Andrei's cellmates is in charge. He occupies the highest rung on the group's hierarchy. Only an inmate who has been inside for a long time and has won the respect of both prisoners and guards can assume this responsibility. The hierarchy also has an impact on jobs. Every prisoner has to work. Victor and his fellows work in the prison's steel plant. They're lucky. The prisoners who work in the cafeteria are also high up on the hierarchy. Other inmates aren't as lucky. The hierarchies have their own rules. Earning respect behind bars is all that matters. The life one lived on the outside simply doesn't matter anymore.
If you want to know, you can ask other people what they're in for, what they used to do for a living. And if you don't care, you don't talk about it. But we mostly know why we're all here. It's no secret.
The worst one behaves in prison, the worse the job. The worst of the worst end up here, on the bathroom cleaning crew. But every job, no matter how bad, is a diversion. Those serving life sentences only wish they were that lucky. 8 o'clock in the maximum security wing. Like every day, the guards check on the most dangerous inmate, the blackest of the black sheep. The guards observe a strict rule when checking on inmates. They never enter a cell in which more than one inmate is present. Thus, one must be briefly moved. This one prisoner is so unpredictable that he has to walk to the bars backwards and have handcuffs put on. Only then do Sergei and his colleagues go in.
No, go to the window.
Brusha Hudoli is the most heavily guarded inmate in Colony 100. He was convicted of murdering 29 people, men, women, and children. The motive? Greed. He's been living in his two-man cell for 4 years.
We sew bags to pass the time. I also have a television that gets several channels. There are the beds. Mine is the top bunk. Here's a table where we talk and read. And our dishes are in there. This is how we live. Back there is the toilet. Yeah, this is our life.
His time in prison has visibly affected Hudoli. Outwardly, he seems to have made peace with his sentence. He paints a nice picture of his situation.
It's not actually that small for two people. It's okay if we stow the bags under the bed. And when one of us is on the toilet, the other one is right there, but at least there's a little door. Sure, I regret what I did, but I can't change it. I'm being punished justly for my mistake, and I regret it. I wouldn't do it again. So, what else do I do? We play chess. We read. And I sleep a lot.
Prisoners serving life sentences must stay in their cells 23 hours a day. They only get 1 hour outside, if the guards feel like it. They spend this hour either in the yard or in a room for visits. Whatever they do, one decisive thing is always the same. The loneliness is oppressive. Theoretically, every prisoner in the maximum security wing can file a petition every few months to have visits from relatives, for a bit of normalcy in a bleak world. But Hudoli hasn't filed a petition in a long time. No one comes to visit him.
Sometimes my sister and my mother send me poems or packages. But no one comes to visit. Except for a couple of religious people who come to talk to us.
Alone in the room for visitors, to which no one comes. Men like Hudoli have nothing more to hope for in the maximum security wing. The fact is, with his criminal record, Hudoli will never be released. Colony 100 is prepared for escape attempts of every kind. Every few weeks, a special unit even trains on site at the prison for the eventuality of a hostage crisis.
Pay attention, boys. Listen up. Today's special operation is delicate. We're dealing with a hostage crisis. We'll divide into 3 groups. Group 1, a sniper, a team to storm the building, and a blockade team. We'll split up when we get to the crisis zone. Take your positions. You know what you have to do. Sniper, go immediately to the roof and get ready. Right face.
На установленные позиции. Сейчас.
The operation is only a drill, but actual guards and prisoners play the parts of hostage takers and hostages. In this case, 4 prisoners have used a shiv to get control of a getaway car and overpower a guard. The unit's mission is to end the crisis without incurring great losses.
The storm group has taken cover ahead. The snipers are in position. Go.
Hands behind your back. Out of the car. Don't move. Get out. Faster, faster. Go, go, go.
Indeed, the mission is accomplished within a few seconds.
That was very good. We disarmed them. Everyone in the car was neutralized.
The hostages, freed. The inmate with a knife, dead. The driver is also dead. The others were wounded. Of course, this was only a drill, but it is no coincidence that it took place in broad daylight at the prison.
The operation went very well. Fast and effective. The hostages were freed. We do this here at Colony 100 because the prisoners here are capable of anything. They should see how we work. Right outside their cell doors.
And the exercise cannot be ignored. Guns firing blanks can be heard all morning across the prison yard. $11 and no one had heroin in their anus. All of the new arrivals passed the medical examination. But Alexander Alexandrovich knows that the most difficult part lies ahead. Inmates don't simply go to their cells in Colony 100, they must prove themselves first. And the cell block they are put in determines where they will work in the prison. And that, in turn, reflects where they are in the hierarchy.
Do you understand? Now you're in quarantine. You'll stay here for 2 weeks, understood? Now we'll discuss the details with you individually.
2 weeks of intense observation will decide whether Alexander's 4 years in prison will be agony or not. The first thing, an interview with the head of the quarantine area.
What's your name?
Alexander Alexandrovich.
Date of birth?
March 11th, 1975.
Then questions are asked about relationships, job training, education, social contacts, and previous jobs. It all goes into the assessment.
After a prisoner arrives, we fill out this file. There are 10 sections in quarantine, and each one has a chief guard. The file is given to him, and he keeps it during the prisoner's entire stay. Everything is recorded: behavior, doctor's visits, psychological evaluations, and so on.
Now at the latest, the prisoners understand that isolation and monotony are the principles of their confinement. Alexander and the others are not allowed to leave the quarantine hall for 2 weeks. It is a highly stressful situation, and they are observed by the guards around the clock.
I was in quarantine in another prison once, but that's because I was sick. This is different, harsher. You have to behave very well in these 2 weeks. After that, they split us up. They interrogate us the whole time, and then they decide. We are closely observed, and we have to adjust quickly and get used to the situation. Then we see what happens.
We'll see more later about how Alexander fares and whether he gets into a good sector. Till then, the door stays closed for 14 days. 11:30 a.m. Andre and his cellmates spend the morning in the cold amidst drab concrete. Their shift in the prison's steel plant doesn't begin for a half hour. Till then, they hang around and use exercise equipment to keep fit.
I can only do a couple of exercises. Free weights and machines aren't allowed. So I train like this. Easier exercises like push-ups and pull-ups are okay, but that's about it.
There did used to be weights and other sports equipment in Colony 100, but then one prisoner felt betrayed by another in his group. He beat his head in with a dumbbell. The attacker ended up here, in the Kaza, the hole. That's what the prisoners call the old isolation cells from Soviet times in the prison's basement.
These are our punishment cells. They're for prisoners who don't do what they're told. We put them in this room, but never for more than 14 days. No one could take more. The prisoner spends 23 hours a day here. We decide when he can come out for an hour.
There is a hard metal slab for a bed. It can be folded up during the day to give the prisoner a little room. A sink, a pit toilet, and total isolation from the outside world. No one wants to be sent to the Kaza. But every now and again, one of the prisoners is forced to spend a few days here. Even Andre had to go to the hole once at the beginning of his prison term. He was allowed out after 3 days, and since then, he has never gotten in trouble. He even managed to work his way up to foreman in the prison steel plant. About 200 prisoners work in the plant in 3 alternating shifts. Officially, they work a maximum of 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. Whether cooking, sewing, distributing food, or welding in the steel plant, work is not merely required in the colony. It is also the only way to earn a little money. The prisoners can make up to 50 euros a month.
It's damn hard work.
Very tiring. But you get used to it over the years. And what else should I do? I'm in a position of great responsibility here. I have to monitor and train everyone, make sure they're working properly, doing everything right. It's my responsibility.
Lots of the money earned goes right back to the prison in return for cigarettes. But André saves as much as he can in order to have a small reserve when he is released. He doesn't want to slide back into the vicious cycle of poverty, unemployment, and criminality. For the prison, the steel plant is a threefold blessing. First, the prisoners have something to do. Second, they can cheaply do all the steel working the prison itself needs. The inmates weld their own gates and bars. But the biggest advantage, the steelworkers earn money for the prison. The stadium where Metalist Kharkiv plays, a first-tier soccer team and a Europe League hopeful, was built entirely from prison steel. Lots of money that the prisoners themselves will never see. 1 p.m., lunchtime in the maximum security wing of the maximum security prison, Colony 100. A plate of stew, a piece of bread, a pickled fish. Most of the small amount of money the lifers earn by sewing is traded to the guards for cigarettes. They'll never have the chance to spend the money on the outside, anyway. After lunch, the serial murderer Rusha Hudoli is allowed to spend half an hour outside in the yard. Here, too, the prisoner remains in solitary confinement. The yard is composed of isolation cells, barely bigger than a half garage. A small space, but lots of time to think.
I was born in Ukraine. I went to school. I did my military service. Everything seemed to be going well. I had a wife. I started a family. And we had a daughter. Well, and then the murders happened. That's what brought me here. I didn't want to do it. I didn't like it. It just kind of happened. It started with something small. It was an accident. I lost control. I was in a fight. It was like self-defense, and then it happened. Suddenly, I was a murderer. And once you've committed murder, nothing else matters. You can just keep killing people. One thing leads to another. You can no longer control yourself. And you can't go back and undo it. It's simply too late.
He hasn't seen his daughter since he entered prison. No one has visited him for months. But that is going to change soon. Two weeks later, the big day has finally come for Alexander Alexandrovich and the other new arrivals. They have spent 14 days in quarantine where they were observed and studied. A commission will now decide their fate in prison.
They're splitting us up according to physical constitution. I hope I get to join the steel workers. I'm good at welding. I hope they send me there. I think that'd be best. I'm Alexander Alexandrovich, born in 1975. Reporting to the Commission. I've done time in Colony 63 and 309, now sentenced to 4 years and 1 month.
Commission, what's your assessment?
He has no medical problems.
Psychologically, he's very stable. He can do any kind of work.
Any social contacts?
Yes, with his sister.
What else can I say? He has behaved perfectly in our colony. He follows the rules, and he is socially compatible. His sister visits him regularly.
Which section of the prison for hardened criminals will Alexander be sent to? More on that later. Colony 100, maximum security wing. The mass murderer Osho Hudoli has not spoken to anyone but his cellmate for 4 weeks. His family has forgotten him. No visitors for months. No one who wants to talk to him. That will change today. A psychologist visits Colony 100 once a month to speak with the prisoners serving life sentences. Most of them welcome the opportunity. It is a bright spot in their totally isolated world.
Don't you want to study something? Maybe do an academic degree?
No. That's too hard for me. I couldn't do it. And it doesn't make any sense. I just want to keep sewing my bags. You know, do work with my hands. It's good for me. I don't need anything else.
Hudoli can speak with a psychologist once a month. In another cell block, Alexander is waiting for the Commission's decision.
You're going to the second zone. Sector 4. Take him away.
Sector 4, the steelworkers. Just what Alexander was hoping for. Now it's important to keep a straight face in front of the guards and the other prisoners. Expressions of joy could easily be interpreted as weakness. Alexander doesn't betray his thoughts until he's in the hallway.
Great. Now I'll do my best and do what I can. At least I don't have to sit around under observation anymore. Life has a little more meaning again.
Another goal? To be accepted by his cellmates. The experienced prisoner knows how to achieve that.
It's very strict here, but I'll probably be able to handle things in the cell. I can't wear a mask, though, or pretend to be someone I'm not. That would be fatal. It's like in real life. No one likes it when someone else lies or is untruthful. Just that here, such mistakes are punished immediately.
Almost everyone in Alexander's cell works in the steel plant. Time will tell if the other men in his new group cell will accept him or not. It won't take long. At 4 p.m. Alexander starts his new job as a welder right on his first day after quarantine. 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, he must do what his foreman tells him to do. Andrei is not a bad foreman to have, but of course, Alexander doesn't know that yet. The 52-year-old does everything he can to please his 36-year-old foreman.
On the whole, it's okay. There are hardly any jobs in Ukraine. Here, I can take care of myself without being a burden to my family.
Shortly after 5 p.m., Hodoli's time speaking with a psychologist is almost up.
How do you envision the rest of your time here?
I don't have any goals. I live day by day. I want to grow old. Then we'll see.
Like many of the inmates in the maximum security wing, Hodoli no longer wants anything out of life. He has given up.
My job is to keep them from killing themselves. I try to keep them as psychologically stable as possible. That's my role here.
In 31 days, the murderer will once again sit opposite him, just to have someone to talk to. Until then, Hodoli will remain in his cell. 31 days, in which nothing exciting happens except on television. 31 days, alone with his thoughts. 31 days, in which new prisoners arrive daily at Colony 100, the prison for hardened criminals. Some will never leave.